never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Close out a Monday in the Eastern Time Zone. We'll work our way into a Tuesday. We'll turn the page. 16th day of March for 2021. Hey, that would be, what, St. Patrick's Day Eve, we'll call it. Everybody gets ready for the Green Beer Wednesday, right? And a lot of people celebrated St. Patty's Day over the past weekend. St. Patty's Day shows up on a Wednesday, right in the middle of the week. Guess that means what? What do they call it? Kegs and eggs, I think. Yeah, right? Beer for breakfast with your green beer. And they'll take the scrambled eggs, put some green dye in them. Yeah, good times. St. Patty's Day Wednesday. Of course, we're working our way toward, the official arrival of spring. We did the spring forward thing this past weekend. Everybody adjusted to the new sleep schedule now. Getting used to the new morning rush. That's the thing about the spring time change. You get people that had been used to driving to work at whatever time of the morning, sun coming up between like 7:30 and 8. And now, as of Monday morning, a lot of people getting out there, hitting the highway, not realizing they've got those, if you didn't have the clouds, you had clear skies and the sun was coming up. You got those morning sun delays, the blaring sun right in your face. That's why there's always a lot more accidents on especially the first day after the time change, people go back to work. But yeah, we look forward to the official arrival of spring coming up this weekend. All right, so the numbers are officially in. I mentioned toward the end of last night's show, we got the new week underway. They'd be getting the tallies in, the official numbers from our big weekend storm. And as anticipated, Denver, yes, it did live up to the anticipated billing. It made its way into the top 5 as far as the records go back to I don't know how far the records go back, but it came in at number 4 as the biggest snowstorm on record for Denver, Colorado. So they're epic proportions of snow over the weekend. 3 feet of snow in many areas, tens of thousands without power, and that heavy blanket of record-breaking snow totals. So here are some of the numbers. We're talking 30.8 inches of snow in Cheyenne, Wyoming. The most snow from a single storm the city has ever seen there. So as far as Cheyenne, it's number 1, goes down in the record books. Previous record was 1979 when they picked up 25.2 inches of snow over 2 days' time. Same system becomes, as I mentioned, the 4th largest snowstorm in Denver history. Over 27 inches of snow at the Denver International Airport officially there. Throughout Colorado, 5 locations received at least 3 feet of snow. That was led by Buckhorn Mountain's 42 inches recorded over the weekend. In Wyoming, even the most winter-proofed lifelong residents couldn't recall a storm that packed this heavy of a punch, along with Cheyenne's all-time record. There was a site atop Windy Peak in the Laramie Range that reported 52 inches of snowfall. That's right, more than 4 feet. 4 feet, 4 inches, according to the National Weather Service. The historic conditions spewed far enough to even drop 19 inches of snow in Nebraska, triggering the closure of Interstate 80, according to the Associated Press. By early Monday morning, the 27.1 inches at the Denver International Airport had forced all airlines to cease operations. Thousands of cancellations. More than 1,000 departing flights, more than 1,100 arriving flights. Other locations in Colorado received in excess of 3 feet. Aspen Springs recorded 40 inches when all was said and done. Over 54,000 customers in the dark at one point Sunday morning, according to Power Outage US at the height of the storm. Now, the heavy late winter snow wasn't despised by all, despite the calendar showing that spring is less than a week away. This gave some residents a chance to enjoy one more snowball fight and shovel in the driveway, spending time out in the wintry outdoors. A lot of people in that part of the country really enjoy that. But let's see, one resident said, "I'm originally from the East Coast, so this type of heavy snow is more of my kind of snow than I'm even used to here. But I think it's pretty cool." He was from Boulder, Colorado. "There's so much to do on a snowy day," says another. "I think this is just the perfect amount to have fun and some great recreation. Enjoy the last throes of winter without being stuck inside." Douglas County Sheriff's Office there in Colorado reported that they were responding to many people throughout the county that were stranded in their vehicles. One deputy with the Department of Transportation said that the plows were among the vehicles that were even having problems getting through. The good news, snow in Denver, of course, is not unusual. Maybe the amount they saw, but they plan every year for big storms. Also, the winds, that was a big factor. Whiteout conditions, forcing drivers off the roads. Winds topped 70 miles per hour in Douglas Pass, Colorado. Other locations in Utah and Nebraska saw wind speeds over 60 miles per hour at the height of the storm. In the Pikes Peak region, the El Paso County Office of Emergency Management issued a statement urging residents stay indoors. The wind-driven snow drifts were piling up. Now, there are still issues with road closures. And in some cases, we got the estimated opening times. Some of these major thoroughfares are not going to reopen for yet close to another 24 hours. I'll break that down for you. top of the list here on our industry headlines for those that may be stuck out there waiting for the interstates to reopen. Of course, forecasters are now focusing on the next system, and now we transition over to looking at the possibility of severe weather here in the coming days. Today, it all begins to come together. The storm that stalled over the southern states, leading to rounds of downpours stretching from Louisiana to the Carolinas. A few storms may become heavy and gusty. Flash flooding may be possible in some of the heaviest rain. The next chance of widespread severe weather arrives across the southern plains late in the day today, Tuesday, as the storm that moved over the west coast here on Monday emerges from the Rocky Mountains. We're not wasting a whole lot of time here. Here's where the storm begins to gain strength and tap into warm, moist air out of the Gulf of Mexico as the sticky environment clashes with the cooler air in the wake of the storm. That's going to help spark some of these severe storms across the southern states starting Tuesday night on through Thursday. So a multi-day event. Thunderstorms Tuesday evening and Tuesday night could contain multiple hazards. Heavy rain, hail, high winds, and tornadoes are all possible. Now, later today, the storms may erupt just to the east of the hardest hit areas of West Texas from over the weekend, where some areas did get pounded. At least 20 tornadoes were reported during Saturday and Sunday over West Texas. According to the National Weather Service, they're emphasizing people in that region keep up to date on the severe weather situation. The fact that most of these stronger storms coming up Tuesday night are going to occur after dark. Of course, tornadoes at night are especially dangerous because people are oftentimes asleep. It's important to have a way to get your severe weather notifications at all times, but especially during those overnight hours. There's a number of different apps out there. AccuWeather, of course, has an app. Wichita, Kansas, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Dallas, Wichita Falls, Texas, some of the locations where you need to make sure if you're traveling through the region or if you reside and are going to be going to bed, make sure your cell phones are fully charged, have the volume up with the severe weather alerts enabled before you go to bed. All right, the severe weather danger then spreads eastward, headed into the middle and latter portions of the week. Same weather hazards, hail, damaging winds, tornadoes, Wednesday and Wednesday night. But further east into the Mississippi Valley and parts of the southeast, roads could become flooded with the heavy rain and hail. High winds and tornadoes, of course, could lead to property damage. Flooding risk will be greatest in areas of the south that saw some of those repeated downpours over the weekend into early this week. Now, they're talking wind gusts could reach up to 80 miles per hour with some of these storms Tuesday night through Wednesday night. Now, that would be your straight line winds. That's not even with the tornado. So definitely power outages are going to be a big concern. It's possible that this period from Wednesday afternoon to Wednesday night brings a significant number of tornadoes. And it may be the biggest period for tornadoes of this multi-day severe weather event. So again, Wednesday into Wednesday night. Sounds like we may have plenty to talk about. Wednesday night into Thursday morning. In the southeast, U.S. nighttime tornadoes are more common than in any other region of the country. So again, emphasizing the importance of people in the south have a way to be notified when severe weather is imminent. Locations from New Orleans northward all the way up to St. Louis, as well as from Little Rock, Arkansas to Atlanta. That entire zone could be in the crosshairs for some of this violent weather around the middle of the week. By the time we get into Thursday, portions of Virginia through the Carolinas and into Georgia and even northern Florida may also face severe weather danger, including the continued risk of tornadoes. All right, as we speak, there's a little bit of everything going on tonight. We still have some shower activity in parts of the southeast. Heavy rains over eastern portions of Virginia, central and eastern Virginia, up into the northeastern corner of North Carolina. Then you get the spotty showers, right along the mountains, Smoky Mountain Range of East Tennessee, western North Carolina, line extending on down into northwestern Georgia. Mostly between, say, south of Chattanooga, north of Atlanta. From there, we've got some spotty showers on up into west central Indiana, some pockets of heavy rain there. If I put things in motion, and if it all holds together, some of that may be headed over toward Indianapolis as we work our way through the overnight hours. More spotty showers through central Illinois. Models are depicting some of the rain's going to begin to fill in. They're in central portions of Illinois through the overnight hours tonight. We are looking at some snow, cold air in place from the eastern portions of Wisconsin, crossing the lake over into western portions of Michigan, where we do have some winter weather advisories in place tonight, stretching from on the southern end, from Kalamazoo to Jackson, Michigan. Then you go northward up through Lansing, through Alma to Clare, Michigan. Of course, you go all the way back to the lake shore, from Ludington all the way out to South Haven, Michigan. Winter weather advisories there. Let's zoom in and see what they're talking about. How much snow are we looking at here? All right, looks like mixed precipitation. Total accumulations north of, say, I-96, around an inch, with some locally higher amounts possible. A light glaze of icing possible along and south of I-96. So there you go. Portions of central, southwest, and west central Michigan. You got winter weather advisories in effect overnight until 10 a.m. there on Tuesday morning. From there, back to the radar, we look back to the west, a much quieter night through parts of Wyoming and Colorado. The snow has exited Denver. You may encounter a snow shower. A little band of snow in north central portions of Nebraska. Little bit of snow kind of cutting up through eastern portions of Montana tonight. Just some of the lingering effects of our latest storm that's going to come out of the Rockies later today. That's when it begins to intensify. So not a lot of precip with it right now. It's got to get a little further south and east and begin to tap into that moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. You'll find some spotty snow showers or rain showers depending on your elevation. They're in southeastern portions of Nevada. Looks like most of the precip, that's east side of Las Vegas, on over into northwestern Arizona, southwestern portions of Utah. Again, there's not much in the mix there. I do not believe we even have any advisories or anything. Let me see if we double check on that. Yeah, there are actually some winter weather advisories there for south central and southeastern portions of Nevada tonight. So, again, one of those deals where you may pick up an inch of snow depending on your elevation and whatnot. So, quick look around the country with our travelers' weather. Now, for those that are stuck out there in parts of Wyoming, the Wyoming Department of Transportation gave us some new information for the truckers out there that are stuck after that massive weekend storm. As of 3 o'clock Monday afternoon, the latest update from the Wyoming Department of Transportation letting travelers know that the snow removal crews are working round the clock, but they're battling snow drifts on I-25 and I-80 that have made travel impossible on those roadways. They say 3 to 4 foot drifts have been reported on I-25 from the Colorado border northward. We're talking 3 to 5 foot drifts reported on I-80 from Cheyenne to at least Elk Mountain. So these massive snow drifts are too heavy for the plows. Crews are actually primarily using heavy equipment to try and remove some of this snow. So the estimated reopening times from the latest update, 3 o'clock this past afternoon, that's what I have before me. The I-80, the estimated opening time is between 10 p.m. March the 16th. That's Tuesday night, and 1 a.m. Wednesday morning. Like I said, you may be there another 24 hours. I-25, the estimated opening time as of 10 o'clock this past morning was 8 to 10 hours, so that should be back up and running at this point in time. US 30, slash 287 between Laramie and Walcott Junction. As of 1:30 Monday afternoon, the estimated opening time would be, again, between 10 p.m. March the 16th, Tuesday night, into 1 a.m. Wednesday morning. US 287 south of Laramie, as of a little after the noon hour this past day, estimated opening time was 8 to 10 hours out there. So that should, again, be up and running now. US 85 north of Cheyenne, as of the noon hour this past day, they did not have a opening time scheduled for that. So some of these are really prolonged closures, which could change with conditions. That's what we have out of the west. So even though the storm is pretty much long gone, the winds they were contending with that continued through the night, Sunday night into Monday morning, and some of those lingering snow showers just blowing and drifting right back over the vast open areas out west. Meanwhile, around the country, our number 844-844-3388 as we get underway on a Tuesday here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. See what some of our listening friends have to say here. Hello to Captain Ron, 68 degrees in Wildwood, Florida. Well, that's a nice night, isn't it? Zorro checking in from Atlanta this morning. Yeah, hello from Centerville, Ohio. That's Rob checking in. Morning, Steve. Tank says 47 degrees in Winslow, Arizona right now. He's headed out to Fontana, California. And yes, Rob, just 4 days until the official arrival of spring. Donnie checking in. Good morning from Dallas, Texas. Who else we got here? Unit 64. Good morning from South Carolina. Good to have you with us there. Michael checking in from West Monroe, Louisiana. Bruce checking in from Northern Kentucky. Let's see. Sea Hill. Hello, y'all, from Georgia. Y'all scroll down and hit that thumbs up for Steve. Yes, do that for me. Hit that thumbs up. Unit 64 chimes in again. I knew gas prices would be going up with the Democrats in charge. I'm thinking $3.50 a gallon, maybe more, is not in the distant future. Yeah, you're probably right there based on the trends. That's another of our industry headlines. The prices continue to go upward. We are now 20 consecutive weeks with increasing prices at the pump. Let me share the numbers with you here. And as the case has been for many of those weeks, we're not talking tenths of a penny or a penny per gallon change. It's just another nickel per gallon over the last week. National average up to now $3.19 per gallon, according to the Energy Information Administration. Increases recorded for all regions, ranging from a little over 3 cents for the East Coast to up more than 14 cents per gallon in the Rocky Mountains. Again, 20th consecutive week of increases in your average diesel price per gallon. Now, we go all the way back to the week of November the 9th. Trying to think back. When was Election Day? Yeah, wasn't it like November the 3rd? Every week since the election, prices have continued to go higher. All right. 1 year ago at this time, the average price was nearly 50 cents per gallon less than it is today. So the national average at $3.19 per gallon now, up a nickel. They break it down by region. New England averaging $3.08, $3.29 down the central Atlantic. The Midwest as a whole, about $3.01 per gallon. Gulf Coast, where you're finding the lowest prices in the country, they're knocking on the door at the $3 per gallon mark, $2.98. Up right at 6 cents per gallon over the past week. Rocky Mountain region, $3.27. California, hey, you're knocking on the door for $4 per gallon diesel. What do you think? Maybe next week at this point in time, we'll hit that threshold? California average price is $3.95 per gallon. Now, that's your diesel numbers, again. All right, looking at 22 past the hour. Some of the other industry headlines as we get things underway here on a Tuesday. Let's jump over to the Michigan Department of Transportation opening up the M30 temporary bridge over the Tobacco River in Gladwin County. That previous structure was washed away by the flood that occurred last year. The reopening after a 10-month closure of the M30 corridor due to the bridge damage and infrastructure failures from what they were calling at the time the 500-year flood back in May of 2020. The bridge is a 230-foot, $4.5 million prefabricated steel structure that is designed to temporarily fill the open span left by the previous M30 bridge. The temporary structure allowing the Michigan DOT to open the bridge less than a year following the flood damages, opposed to the typical design and approval process, which would take 3 to 5 years, they tell us. All right, the long-term structure of the river system still not determined, but at least the temporary bridge will allow crews to work on a permanent design while this bridge will remain open for traffic at least. Following that flood last year, DOT officials in Michigan had to close nearly 30 roads and bridges across several counties, including 2 locations along the M30 corridor. And several local roads were also closed, dividing communities, forcing commuters to take lengthy detours. One resident said, "I used to be able to pop down the road to visit my parents. For almost a year now, that simple trip turned out to be really cumbersome." Every road that has reopened over the last several months, though, has helped make that commute a little shorter for those living on the north side of the bridge. Even a simple grocery store run taking twice as long. So, folks are happy to see some of the repairs finally come into fruition. Infrastructure damages from the flooding was somewhere in excess of $100 million there in Michigan from that flooding last May. Then an unusual police chase caught on camera several days ago, San Diego, California, about 10:30 a.m. I guess that was Friday morning. Police say a 39-year-old transient woman stole a forklift and was then pursued by police after she was spotted driving the stolen equipment on Sports Arena Boulevard, a very busy thoroughfare. Pursuit came to an end when the woman turned off into a parking lot and the forklift stalled on her, apparently. She was arrested and charged with possession of a stolen vehicle and misappropriation of stolen property. I guess maybe she was just trying to head down to the 7-Eleven, She wanted a Slurpee or something. All right, aside from the issues there in parts of Wyoming and Colorado, winter weather and multiple crashes left truckers and other motorists stranded on I-40 over the past weekend. In freezing temperatures Saturday night into Sunday morning, as that big storm passed through Arizona over the weekend, prompting the Arizona Department of Transportation to close down I-40 west of Flagstaff starting Saturday night. They reported a number of collisions on I-40 as the reason for the closure. They did finally reopen on Sunday morning, but many users taking to social media, a.k.a. Twitter, criticizing the Arizona Department of Transportation's response after they spent hours and hours stuck out there on the interstate. Well, they tell us when you've got winter weather approaching to be prepared, to have your winter weather survival kits, some food, some blankets, make sure you got a full tank and all that. That's the advice they always give when you're going to be traveling in winter storm type of weather. And we had plenty of advance notice of a major winter storm. Now, maybe they weren't expecting as much down there in Arizona versus what we knew was coming for Colorado, Wyoming, and Nebraska, some of those other areas. But all right, as we head toward bottom of the hour, we'll get our news break, after which we'll get back to your calls. We've got wide open lines here on a Tuesday morning at 844-3388. A Tennessee man facing a slew of charges after opening fire on a semi-truck on Saturday, then leading police on a pursuit that ended with the man hiding in a freezer at the truck stop. This is Monterey, Tennessee. Police were alerted to an interstate shooting at a little after 11 o'clock that evening. A suspect in a gray Infiniti had been involved in an aggravated assault that resulted in the driver of the gray Infiniti firing a weapon at a semi-truck, striking the door of the semi while the driver was still rolling down the interstate. Officers with the Monterey Police Department spotted the gray Infiniti on I-40 near exit 301. When police tried to initiate a stop, suspect refused to pull over, leading to a police pursuit on westbound I-40. Putnam County Sheriff's Department and the Tennessee Highway Patrol ultimately joining in on the pursuit, troopers deploying the spike strips, able to flatten two of the car's tires. The pursuit continued on to Bexter, where the suspect left I-40 at exit 280, lost control of the vehicle, turning onto Highway 56, then fled on foot and made his way into a Love's Travel Center store, to which the truck stop was evacuated, canine units deployed by the Putnam County Sheriff's Office. Again, eventually found the suspect hiding in a freezer in the McDonald's restaurant inside the truck stop, where he was ultimately arrested without further incident. Identified as Nashville resident Xavier Waters, charged now with evading possession of a stolen firearm, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, reckless endangerment, driving on a revoked driver's license, also facing an aggravated assault charge in Roane County. Apparently, this guy also had warrants out of Knox County for felony aggravated assault with a handgun, felony kidnapping, felony aggravated burglary, domestic assault, theft. He was just one upstanding citizen there from Nashville, Tennessee. Well, that's one more bad guy off the streets now, as they say. All right, so with that, we're underway on a Tuesday. You want to jump in? Come on, jump on board at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
2 men have been arrested for assaulting a Capitol police officer during the riots at the Capitol on January 6th. That officer, Brian Sicknick, later died. Julian Cater of Pennsylvania and George Tanios of West Virginia are charged with 9 counts and facing up to 20 years in prison. The men are accused of using a chemical spray against officers during the riot. The Senate has narrowly confirmed New Mexico Representative Deb Haaland to become the next Secretary of the Interior. The final vote was 51-40. Haaland will now become the first Native American to serve as a cabinet secretary. At least 3 people are dead and 6 more injured after a car drove up onto a sidewalk in downtown San Diego. Witnesses say the driver drove up onto the sidewalk and into a group of people under an overpass. Authorities say most of those people were homeless. The driver is being held on charges of vehicular manslaughter and driving under the influence. This is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly, with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pureflo Airdog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.purefloairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflo Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, underway here on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start, as they say. Some of the other comments. Dale checking in from Jacksonville, Florida this morning. It's a nice 71, clear tonight. Looking for a high of 85 tomorrow. Drivers out there, take care of yourself. Help one another out along the way. Ride safe. All right. Thank you so much for listening there, Jacksonville. Nice night, huh? Jake says, heads up, I-80 westbound shut down at Grand Isle, Nebraska tonight. All right. See if we can get more on what's going on there, maybe how long it's going to be shut down. Let me see. Good morning from Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Christopher, good to have you with us. Stephen checking in from Simi Valley, California. Chevy guys out there rolling up on your 6. Hello, Chevy guy. Let's see. Ray, morning from the First State. Keep doing it like Pruitt would do it. Okay. Christopher, he said, I paid $3.69 a gallon for diesel in, Mill Hall, Pennsylvania this morning. Wow. Yeah, your cost of operating a truck is going up, isn't it? All right. Steve, when's the Apple app going to be ready? Well, I wish I could give you a time frame. Yeah, all we can do is do our part. It's ready. It's been submitted. And whenever they finish their so-called approval process, I imagine they've been checking in, calling here from time to time saying, hey, what's going on? The Android had theirs up and running 2 weeks ago. Jake said 80 shut down due to no parking west of there. All right, so the 80 thing, I got you. That's where you've got the issue still, I guess, with the snow, the closures and whatnot. Thank you so much there. Hey, update then, if you weren't with us Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive T-shirts are available now if you go to overnightdriveradio.com, the official page. And you've got the link there where you can click on the podcast or where to listen. There's now a little button to shop, it says. It's just getting up and running, but you got your little dash calendars. Yes, the official T-shirt. They're keeping it affordable at $14.95. And we got some Overnight Drive stickers you can put on your truck, your car to help us kind of advertise the show. The shirt, you got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive logo on the front, and, of course, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios on the back of the shirt. Nice shirts. Just T-shirts, but hats are being printed as we speak. Working on getting the travel mugs and some goodies there from the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. So you might want to check that out. All right. Lines are wide open at 844-844-3388. So the southern border, we continue to get updates. If you live in Dallas, Texas, how do you feel about this? This past day, they tell us the U.S. government plans to house up to 3,000 immigrant teenagers at a convention center. They're in downtown Dallas. Well, yeah, that'd be one those of us in the trucking community are very well familiar with. Because on a normal year, were it not for the pandemic in 2020 or 2021, because it's already been canceled, it would be the home of the Great American Truck Show there in Dallas. They're struggling to find space for the surge of migrants at the border. Now here we are just 2 months into the Biden administration. Authorities encountering people crossing the border with more than 100,000 times in the month of February. 100,000. That's a level higher than all but 4 months of Donald Trump's presidency, posing a real challenge for Joe Biden at this moment, a fraught moment with Congress, where they're about to take up immigration legislation. They're actually requesting the help of FEMA and the American Red Cross. The Kay Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center will be used for up to 90 days, starting as early as this week, they tell us, according to the memo obtained by the Associated Press that was sent this past day to members of the Dallas City Council. Now, they say federal agencies are going to use this facility to house boys ages 15 to 17, which describes the soon-to-open site as a decompression center, what they're calling it. Health and Human Services Department is rushing to open facilities across the country to house these children who are otherwise being held by the Border Patrol, which is generally supposed to detain them for no more than 72 hours and cut them loose. The Border Patrol is holding children longer because there's next to no space in the Health and Human Services system, similar to the last major increase several years ago. A tent facility operated by the Border Patrol in Donna, about 500 miles south of Dallas, is holding more than 1,000 children and teenagers, some as young as 4 years old right now. They tell us lawyers who inspect immigrant detention facilities under a court settlement say they've interviewed children who reported being held in packed conditions in the tent, sleeping on the floor, not able to shower for up to 5 days at a time. Well, what did you anticipate? I don't think... Did you expect when you waltzed illegally across the border you're going to stay in the Holiday Inn or what? What are they anticipating? Now, right along that line, this is where things really get bothersome to me, and it should for everyone else. especially the leadership in Washington, D.C., where right now the Biden administration to this day refuses to admit there's any sort of a crisis along our southern border. Kevin McCarthy was there on the border with another number of other Republicans in a delegation this past day. And he's saying if Biden is not going to act, Republicans will be forced to do something here. We'll have more on what he had to say. But what sends up the big-time red flag? We now see, and they're confirming, people on the terrorist watch list are being nabbed trying to cross the border with this latest surge. That, according to those congressional Republicans during the trip to the border this past day, they said agents reported having caught migrants from Yemen, Iran, Sri Lanka, as well as a much larger number of Haitians, Central Americans, and others. It's almost like the whole world knows now is the time to come to America. Individuals that they have on the watch list for terrorism are now starting to exploit the southern border. Representative John Katko of New York, the top Republican on the House Homeland Security Committee, standing near a section of the border wall in El Paso, Texas. He was part of that delegation led by, as I mentioned, Kevin McCarthy, the minority leader. They were visiting, trying to take stock of what's happening with this surge, to pressure President Biden for a change in course. Yeah, Biden's opened the door, and he's refusing to reverse course. Mr. McCarthy dubbed the situation as, quote, "This is beyond a crisis," he said. Record numbers of unaccompanied juveniles now being mired in border holding cells as this flow across the border is growing more intense with each passing day. Mr. Katko said Customs and Border Protection is actually shifting money in their accounts, and they've taken some cash out of Border Patrol agents' salaries and pension funds. Unless Congress passes some sort of an emergency spending bill, I don't know how we're even going to pay these guys. Now, wait a minute. Yeah, we just passed a $1.9 trillion so-called bailout stimulus relief package with hundreds of billions of dollars going to things that have nothing to do with COVID. Seems like a pretty simple thing to me that some of that money could be almost immediately diverted on an emergency basis to the southern border. They need help down there. All right, lines available at 844-3388. Well, there's our first suspect of the night. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Well, I can't believe you think there's a problem with the southern border. It's all hunky-dory. Everything's roses and daisies and
unicorns.
Come on.
Yeah, unicorns and pixie dust.
Yep. Everybody gets to eat rainbow stew and drink free Bubble Up. There you go. But I can't believe it. Now, wait a minute. Did you say that the unaccompanied minor children are being held in holding cells?
Yeah, deplorable conditions.
Is that like cages? Are they like cages that they have them in? Because when I saw in the news, there's those cells were wrapped with like chain link fence. They couldn't actually be able to get out if they wanted to because they were inside a chain link fence. That's kind of like a cage, isn't it?
That is
so
absolutely.
Is Biden putting these children in cages?
Yep.
Are they having to drink the water out of the toilet down there when they're in those cages?
Oh, where's AOC? Yeah, AOC needs to be out there telling them they're drinking out of toilets. Yeah.
Exactly. So, yeah, I forget that they were showing something there where they were at the border wall, and it was where the steel section was, where it was like kind of like square grid mesh there that was the wall. They showed 4 or 5 of them just scaling right over the top, jumping over the top while they were there, and they put that right on the national news there, the NBC national news last night, watching them come right over top of the wall because there's nobody there to stop them.
Really?
But
what do you think? What do you think the drug cartels are doing right about now? I've heard them saying that the cartels are actually incentivizing these hordes of people to overwhelm the resources on the border. Well, hell, last week they closed down 3 of the checkpoints there, I think in southern Arizona, the inland checkpoints where they catch a lot of these drugs and tractor trailers hauling loads of illegals. And while the distraction is taking place with these thousands of people, I would imagine the cartels are just flooding the country with drugs.
I guarantee the infrastructure is wide open to haul their drugs up here. Guarantee it, without a doubt. So here's the next question: What's our President Joe Biden doing to reunite these unaccompanied minors with their families? I mean, don't they have to be with their parents and their other family members? Maybe he should be down in Central America looking for their parents to bring their parents up here too, so they can all be reunited. Don't you think?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. What a mess. What a mess. I don't know. This country is gonna, or half this country is gonna hopefully realize at some point the mistake they made by clicking the wrong ballot box. But anyways, hey, you were talking about your store there. You said that you had the shirts with the overnight drive and the being
got some stickers, got some dash
with the bunker.
Right.
Yeah. So are we going to get any bozo balls? I was hoping you might get some bozo balls in there.
Oh boy, those were classic. No, I don't think those are on the slate at this point in time.
Yeah. So I was just wondering, where's the storage area for that? Do you keep that there at the secret bunker? I mean, because if you had 10 or 15 cases of them bozo balls there, that place would be just smelling peachy, wouldn't it? Oh.
How did they describe those? Some people, I think they said they kind of smelled like urinal mints in the men's john.
Oh, so who was in charge of that? Was Squirrel in charge of getting them? Did he end up with them? And
that would be
his big thing, or
guilty as charged. Yes, that would have been him.
Yeah. I tell you what, that was one of the best things on air for I don't know how many years. Talking about them things. But anyways, I don't know. So I guess anyways, you and Yankee weather guys, supposedly you have a storm headed our way for the Tuesday during the day. And Pennsylvania there, they had signs up advising of winter weather, be aware and ready to travel in winter weather conditions. So has there been any word on Pennsylvania thinking about implementing their class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 implementation of travel ban and what trucks can and can't? And
haven't seen anything on that yet, but I don't know. It depends on how bad it gets, I guess. But I don't know. I thought we were done with all this winter stuff in the Northeast, but no, there's still you're going to get a little bit of a shock here coming your way.
Yeah, that's what they were saying there. I guess Maryland's supposed to pretty much stay all rain. Maybe Western Maryland out in the mountains there have a little bit of chance of some snow and stuff, but they said the bigger storm's actually coming for Thursday. Whatever Tuesday during the day is supposed to have weather, and then Wednesday is supposed to be okay, and then Thursday and Friday there's a full storm for all day Thursday, and then Friday is supposed to start clearing back up, and then the weekend is supposed to be good. So
I think that's the same one that's going to potentially bring the severe weather along the south, and of course there in the Northeast you're going to be on the northern side of the nasty storm. I believe that's the one.
Yeah, and then I don't know where I'll be after 8:15 tomorrow night there, because the wife got me set up that I'm supposed to have a needle jammed in my arm and get the virus at quarter after 8 tomorrow night. No, well, Wednesday night. So we're not in. Yeah, we are in Tuesday now, so it would be tomorrow night. So, but anyways, 8:15 p.m. on Wednesday, I'm supposed to have a needle jammed in my arm. So where I'm at for, I guess, Thursday morning. I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see what I feel like.
You'll have to give us a full update. Are you, maybe just a sore arm, or will you feel like total dog crap and not be able to drive that night? That's you can give us the full report.
And then I got the one I got to go back and be a repeat offender to get the second one after that. So I'm not sure which one of the two I'm getting. So I guess with that report, I'll let you know if it's the Pfizer, the Moderna, whatever that other one is.
Pfizer or Moderna, yeah.
But Moderna, yeah. So anyways, we'll see how all that works out. But other than that, that's about all we had going for you there. And I just can't believe they have those poor children in cages again.
Yeah, broke out the cages from back under the Obama administration. That's same ones. You had the one facility that is, whatever the capacity at this holding facility, they are 7 times capacity. So whatever it is, if it's a facility that was designed to accommodate like 100 people on any given day, there's more than 700 there. And I would suspect those facilities are designed to hold more than that. But yeah, the numbers are in the thousands. All right, so we've got wide open lines here on a Tuesday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Quiet morning on the phones. I know you're out there because I see the numbers that are listening. The numbers continue to grow early on here each night. More people downloading the app. By the way, if you had missed that, still maybe tuning in via like the YouTube or the Facebook, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive pages. If you have an Android phone, I know there's many waiting for the iPhone app, but if you download the Android app right now, they get 20% off coupon code for anything you want to purchase there at hotshotsecrets.com. If you had already downloaded the Android app, you as well can go back and get yourself a 20% off coupon code for hotshotsecret.com. Now, I'm going to get back to the southern border here with Mr. McCarthy, who said, quote, if Biden won't act, Congress, Republicans will. This whole thing has been created by the policies of Joe Biden and his administration. If he will not take action to solve the problem, Congress will, he said this past day, as he led that delegation on the tour of the border at El Paso. This is about the safety and security of our border. Now, he's backed by 12 other lawmakers who accompanied him there. It's also about the opportunity that Americans want and prosperity. This is where you should bring Air Force One. This is where you should look people in the eye and talk to the border agents and let them know this is beyond a crisis. You can continue to deny it, but the only way to solve it is you have to first admit what he's done. And if Biden won't reverse his actions, it's going to take congressional action to do it. And that's why we're here today. We want to find solutions before we even came here. He asked the president to work together to solve this problem. I thought maybe he would reach out, maybe set an appointment. He doesn't even acknowledge a letter or even a crisis that his policies created. We're going to work together across the aisle within our own party as we know the solutions that we're going to take. All right, Congressman Carlos Jimenez spoke to a family from Honduras asking how long they had been traveling. Well, it was 22 days, and it was just a coincidence of the actions taken by President Biden about why people think they come here or could come here and break the law. They list all those that accompanied him down to the border, but we went to a new facility that was built just a year ago. They went to a capacity they never thought they would ever see. Today, they broke the record. Today, they went beyond capacity. They have to build into the parking lot for a makeshift facility. We've learned that the migrants aren't only coming from Central America, but as I mentioned a bit ago, they're coming from locations like Iran, Yemen, and Sri Lanka. As I walked through the facility, there were more Haitians than any other nationality I saw. Why are they coming now? I talked to a doctor to see when they're being tested for COVID. Doctor said more than 10% are testing positive. During a time when the president's going to keep our country closed, how much spread of COVID is he creating every single day by his policies on the border? I mean, this is just wrong. It has to end, and it needs to end right now, he said. Several other members of the delegation also spoke after McCarthy, detailing what they had learned this past day. John Katko, who served as an organized crime prosecutor in the region, says, quote, I was a federal crime prosecutor in the 90s. I was charged with going after these drug cartels. I have an understanding then, and I do now, that the cartels know how to exploit the southern border, and they're doing it masterfully right now. And they're doing it because Biden rolled back the previous orders under the Trump administration that were actually working. Nancy Pelosi and others say the surge is caused because of the pent-up demand from the Trump administration. Yeah, there's always a pent-up demand for crime. Yeah, there's indeed disorder at the border, and it's caused by executive order. No question about it. First, we went to the detention facility. They're spending tens of thousands of dollars every day to feed the surge. They're spending $10,000 more per day to transfer them, and they're taking away from things in the country that we need, that we could benefit from. One more thing, he said, in addition to the immigrants not being tested for COVID, only about half of the Border Patrol agents have actually got their vaccines. When these kids are coming in, if you don't think the drug traffickers are doing it, think again, he said. Most of them have a piece of tape across their shirt with instructions, who they are, where they're going, and what they need to do. This is all very well organized, and it's being organized by the cartel south of the border. All right, we'll get a news update here as we roll into a Tuesday. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The judge overseeing the trial of the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd is being asked to delay it. This comes after Floyd's family agreed to a $27 million settlement with the city of Minneapolis last week. Derek Chauvin's defense attorney, Eric Nelson, expressing concern that the news of the settlement would impact jurors already selected to hear the case and those who could be chosen. White House officials say nearly 30% of adults in the United States have received at least one dose of a coronavirus vaccine.
Over the last 7 days, we're now averaging 2.4 million shots per day.
Top White House COVID advisor Andy Slavitt reiterating President Biden's goal that every American should be able to receive a vaccine by May 1st, and they will be free for everyone. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association Annual Convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Drug makers are continuing their research regarding COVID-19 vaccines and the vaccine being effective against preventing the more infectious UK variant and other variants across the world. Dr. Francis Collins is a director of the National Institutes of Health. He tells CBS's 60 Minutes one of the things that does continue to concern him is the COVID-19 variants.
If I have an anxiety, it's that something worse than the South African variant is out there that will get to the point where the vaccines no longer appear to be fully protective against a bad outcome. And that will certainly drive us then to do a redesign of the vaccines as quick as we can.
President Biden is touting shots in arms and money in pockets. Today, Biden again promoting the nearly $2 trillion coronavirus stimulus package, just as $1,400 checks are hitting American bank accounts and more vaccines are rolling out. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
At least 3 people are dead and several others are hurt after a car plowed into a group of pedestrians near San Diego City College. Fire Chief Colin Stonewell is heartbroken by what happened.
A very tragic emergency and incident that impacts all of us, and was just a tremendous effort by both law enforcement and fire to do their best.
San Diego police say a 71-year-old male driver struck the victims as they were walking into a tunnel that leads to the college campus. Lots of time being spent this Monday filling out those NCAA tournament brackets.
The bracket for the 2021 NCAA tournament has been released. Gonzaga is the number 1 overall seed in the tournament, getting the top seed in the West region. They're the 5th team to enter the tournament with an undefeated record and look to become the first undefeated champions since Indiana accomplished the feat in the 1975-76 season. Baylor is the number 1 seed in the South, with Illinois getting the top line in the Midwest region after winning the Big Ten tournament earlier on Sunday. Fellow Big Ten team Michigan is the number 1 seed in the East. This year's tournament will be unique because all 67 games will take place in the state of Indiana, with the bulk being held in and around Indianapolis. The tournament kicks off on Thursday with all 4 games of the first 4, before the first round proper starts on Friday. From the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau, I'm Dan Naraki.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
round number 2. Here we go. All right, get back to your calls coming up. Yeah, been pretty quiet on the phones tonight. You want to jump in? Yeah, jump on board. Not a long wait here at 844-844-3388. Now we get some of the other industry headlines coming up momentarily. Horse Feathers talking about what's on the horizon there in the Northeast over the next several days. Yeah, some of that chilly air arrived over the weekend across the Northeast. Kind of a reality check from those that were fooled by the fake spring you saw last week. We saw temperatures 60s, 70s, even some temperatures near 80 degrees. Yeah, the battle between winter and spring will continue this week. And winter may have the upper hand, they tell us. Yeah, the cold days are going to outweigh the milder days, and snow and ice will be in the offing as well. Further west, that typical battle between the seasons taking place put on full display over the weekend with the weather swings that were even more dramatic. Of course, the historic snow that buried portions of the Rockies, record-shattering snowfall totals. Yeah, right on the heels of temperatures that were more than 20 degrees above normal, with Denver reporting afternoon temperatures as high as 70 degrees just before the storm. All right, so the latest burst of cold air still gripping the Northeast Monday morning. Yeah, it felt like wind chills were in the single digits in New York City this past morning. You were below zero across much of New England started the day Monday. The winds howling. Gusts approaching 60 miles per hour in parts of New York. And those gusty winds allowed a brush fire to grow rapidly. We talked about that briefly, forcing evacuations. The fire that crossed the Garden State Parkway in New Jersey. Highs on Monday were in, say, the lower teens in northern Maine, mid-40s in southern Virginia. Normal high this week would be about 50 degrees for New York City. And mid-30s in northern Maine, upper 50s is where you should be in Virginia. So for the day ahead, Tuesday temperatures will be 5 to 10 degrees warmer compared to yesterday. But you're still not going to be back to where you would normally be this time of year. If you still have a sore back from shoveling all the snow in the Northeast this winter, this next storm will be a shell of what it once was when it brought the heavy snows out west. But nonetheless, even on the northern edge of the storm where the cold air will be enough to support snow, we're going to be talking really just a small amount on the order of a coating to an inch or two. That's more likely for central and southern New York into parts of northern Pennsylvania. Yeah, we may see a brief period of wet snow across New York City late in the day today and into Tuesday evening. So further southwest, temperatures near the ground may be at or below zero, freezing for a time. And that could bring us a thin glaze of ice on some of the colder surfaces. From the mountains and valleys of western Virginia, eastern West Virginia to western and central Maryland, up to central and northern Pennsylvania, northern New Jersey, southeastern New York. Yeah, the mildest stretch of weather this week will be probably Wednesday into Thursday. High temperatures ranging from about 40 in northern New England, close to 60 in southern Virginia. But that'll still be a far cry from the warmth you saw last week. After which we are tracking another cross-country storm that's expected to reach the eastern states Thursday, maybe lingering into Friday, or even maybe a little later. That's the storm that was affecting California this past day, so it's going to sweep across the country. Even though the storm's not likely to be as intense as the previous storm in terms of snow to the Rockies and whatnot, it will maintain more of its strength further to the east as it moves at a fairly swift pace. That's the storm that's going to bring multiple days of severe weather, including the tornado risk for the central and southern states, and maybe more wintry precipitation across the Northeast. So our busy weather pattern continues around the country. There we go. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. And Steve's on the line. Good morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself? How's your week starting out?
Pretty good, pretty good. Roads are dry, heading up towards Ohio, and good weather for driving tonight.
Good deal.
Plus Chicago, there was a few inches of snow up in northern suburbs of Chicago, but it was pretty much slushy. Nothing too bad. But I want to talk about that so-called what do they call it? Challenge, humanitarian challenge. Is that what Pelosi said it was over the weekend?
It's a bit of a challenge, yes. Not a crisis, just it's a bit of a challenge, yes.
Yeah, it's a joke, Steve. There's no leadership in this country right now. Biden, Schumer, Pelosi, they hate this country. They hate the United States citizens that live here, especially if you're a Republican. They don't even take care of their own base as far as what they're doing with minorities in this country. They're just destroying it. It's disgusting what they're doing. Joe Biden, what a king, what a totalitarian leader, what a dictator does, Steve. They don't come out of their mansion or their castle. They lead from there. That's where they talk to the people from. They don't get out and talk to the people in public. Do you think Joe Biden and Schumer and Pelosi are going to go down to the border in Air Force One and talk to these border agents and Homeland Security? Do you know they're sending Secret Service agents down there now?
Really?
To try and help out? That's how bad it is. Dan Bongino was talking about it tonight. He's an ex-Secret Service guy for about 10 years. And he says, they've been on different missions before, but nothing like this. Nothing like this. When they have to deplete the agency in Washington and bring them, from other parts of the country, which means Joe Biden's not going to be traveling anywhere because the Secret Service is going to be on the Texas border. So he won't be going anywhere. But it's just disgusting. It really is. Here's the thing. What got me about that speech the other night, I only listened to a couple of excerpts which caught my attention. And one was, he said, we are going to issue new guidelines in about 3 weeks, and I am going to tell you what you can and cannot do. Maybe on the 4th of July, you might be able to get together with your family for a cookout or a barbecue in your backyard with a small group of people. Did you hear that part of the speech?
I did, yes. I mean, it's like, if you listen, if you obey my orders, you might have the privilege of getting together with just close family and have a barbecue, yeah. Oh, how about that? Hallelujah.
Yeah. Yep. Steve, no president in history. I can't remember. I'm 63 years old, and I don't ever remember a president coming on television in a prime time address telling me what I can and cannot do as an American citizen, whether I can go outside or not go outside, who I can have at my house, who I can't have, how many burgers I can put on the grill. I mean, are you kidding me? This is where we live now. I mean, it's just incredible. It just gets more disgusting every day listening to this guy. That was the most phony speech I've ever heard a president give in prime time, ever. And I only listened to about 5 minutes of it because that's all I could stomach. But they're destroying this country, especially with this border crisis. They're putting all these kids together. From one of the group studies I read, they had one group of 118 immigrants from different parts of the South down there. 26% of them tested positive for COVID. 26%.
Wow.
So what they're doing is they're putting all these basically teenagers, anywhere from 15 to 19 years old. Most of them are teenagers. Some are younger. But they're putting all these COVID positive tested individuals into, cages?
Holding facilities.
It's not cages,
holding facilities.
Yeah, holding. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's a processing center. They're putting it into a processing center. Crowded conditions. So 20% of the people are positive with COVID, and they're mixed in with these other kids who are now going to get sick. And then what they're going to do is they're going to release all of them, so now they're all sick. into the general public. Into different households, I guess. Their families are going to come and get them. Where are their families? Who are their families? We don't know. Probably never know. So are they going to release them to drug dealers, sex traffickers? Anybody that goes down there and claims, a few 16-year-old girls. Oh yeah, these are my nieces.
Yeah.
Are they just going to hand them over? I mean, what's the protocol? There is none. There's no plan. And that was the one thing about Trump, man. He cared about America. He cared about Homeland Security. He cared about the Border Patrol. He really cared about those guys. He was down there all the time, talking to them, watching the wall get built. It really is. It's just a disaster on what's going on right now.
I mean, how long can
So
they?
we're losing our country.
How long can Psaki every day, Jen Psaki, the secretary, continue to stand there at that podium and try to tell the mainstream media that there's not a crisis? It's like, well, just pay no attention. It's a difficult time. It's a trying situation, but we'll handle this. It's not a crisis. Never fear.
It's all bullcrap, Stephen. The thing is, all they do is lie. Schumer, Pelosi, Biden, Jen Psaki, they lie and lie and lie to the American people. They're not telling us the truth. We're finding out the truth because we dig for it, but they're not going to tell the truth. And the thing is, I keep telling you this, Steve, mainstream media is the people to blame for all of this because they are not telling the truth. They are protecting Joe Biden. They are protecting the Democratic Party because they are the arm of the Democratic Party. I mean, they are not going to tell us what's really going on in this country. And you really got to dig deep for it. So, and I wanted to mention, I wish Horse Feathers luck with that shot tomorrow and the next one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to wait a little bit. I am going to wait. So I'm going to see what happens. I, read more stuff here and there. I mean, my parents are in there, just turned 80, and they don't have any issues with their shot. They're done with their second dose. So, but I'm going to hold off. I mean, I got some underlying issues, and I'm just going to hold off for right now. But I do wish him luck on that.
All right. Yep. Me too.
So,
yep.
Anyway, that's all I got tonight, Steve. You have a great morning.
Thank you for checking in there, Steve. Be safe out there. And let me see here. Someone sent me a message during the program last evening. We were talking about the vaccines. And it's morning, Steve. I keep hearing that people with like allergies and or an underlying condition would have an increased chance of adverse reaction to the vaccine. That is true. That's the message. Yeah, certain allergies in particular. Now, I said there's a person I know in our township died over the weekend, 2 days after he got the second COVID shot. There's a number of those sort of scenarios out there, and again, they're doing autopsies and whatnot, looking at can we actually say the vaccine was a contributing factor to their passing, or was it the quote underlying condition they had? These are all decisions people are having to make on a one-by-one basis. But yeah. All right, what else we got here? Lines available at 844-844-3388. Capital city of the state of Mississippi is where you'll find Oida's tour trailer for the first half of this week. That would be Jackson, Mississippi, the Petro Stopping Center, now through Wednesday, St. Patrick's Day. The Jackson Petro, that's exit 45 from I-20, I-55, 194 parking spots for tractor trailers there. And the Iron Skillet Dining Room is open, and sit-down service is actually available. Yeah, of course, St. Patty's Day. It looks like it's going to be a quieter St. Patrick's season for the Jackson than it normally would be for the second year in a row. The Hall Street St. Patty's Parade has been canceled due to the COVID. Now, that's always been a big blowout. A fundraiser for the Children's Hospital at the University of Mississippi Medical Center, but This year, organizers are contemplating a virtual celebration on March the 27th. Now, if you can shake loose for a few hours, there's several museums in Jackson that might be worth a visit. A ride share won't cost you too much. That would be the Mississippi Civil Rights Museum and the Museum of Mississippi History, which is right next door. If you're artistically minded, there is the Mississippi Museum of Art, the Smith Robertson Museum and Cultural Center, which is dedicated to African American art and culture. Hammond, Louisiana was the last stop, I guess. And he said the first impression of Hammond for someone who's driving a tractor trailer is this city is way too much in love with traffic circles. I guess, is that roundabouts? That's what you're talking about? So there are 4 major truck stops at the exit the Spirit took to get to the scheduled stop. And the city seems to have gone wild, hog wild, replacing intersections with traffic circles. The idea of traffic circles may look nice when you draw it out on a paper, but they may work in Europe, but not here in the United States. Europeans don't have to drive through these things with their big tractors hauling a 53-foot trailer. All right, so enough with the traffic circles. Do they really make the flow of traffic smoother? I'm not exactly sure. All right, looking at 24 past the hour. Who's next up here? Let's jump up to, I guess, are we in Maryland? Who we got on the line?
Hello, sir.
Hi there.
This is Curtis from Maryland. I'm just wondering, at your truck stops, well, not truck stops, your loading docks, how many people actually give out snacks to drivers? I've been doing it for about 10 years, and they really appreciate it. They were actually surprised and that I hand out a bottle of water and a box of cookies to everybody when they come in.
A little box of cookies. I don't know. I mean, it's some places around the country, people get together here and there. I don't think it's a real common practice, especially like at the loading docks. I don't know.
Well, the drivers, they really appreciate it because, thanks to you, I realize now that you don't get to stop whenever you want to. And that's what made me start doing it about 10 years ago.
Well, that's pretty nice of you. So you give them like a little box of Girl Scout cookies in Girl Scout season?
Well, I would say Girl Scout, but Oreos, whatever I have, I go to the store and I hand out, a bag of Oreos or Nabiscos and a bottle of water. I always tell the driver if they don't want to take it, I hate to see you slumped over from malnutrition. Don't blame it on me. Here you go.
There you go. All right. Well, hey, that's a very nice gesture there, Curtis. All right. Well, thank you for checking in from, what did it say? Salisbury, Maryland is the place. Yeah, we share those stories where drivers, I guess the most recent was when you had the snow and the ice and the drivers that were stuck down there in parts of Texas. And some of them were there stuck for days in the ice. And folks, some locals were getting together and actually cooking up full-fledged hot meals to take out some of those drivers. Because even if they were parked at or near, say, a truck stop, even John Osborne, Spirit of the American Trucker, got caught in that situation where the truck stop, he was out there in Texas. Woke up that morning and they didn't have any power. They didn't have any water. So you couldn't get a shower. I guess the restrooms, if you can't flush, the restrooms are out of order. And it was a hell of a time. And some of those guys, I mean, if they didn't have food, backup supplies in their truck, they weren't prepared for the storm. They were scrimping to just try and get by for a few days to get the hell out of there. All right, thank you so much there for the call, Curtis. Have a great day and a good week. And our number is 844-844-3388. couple of other industry headlines as we roll toward our, what do we call it, the bottom of the hour news break, as we refer to it, quick timeout. And we'll be getting the latest what's going on there. We got several other industry headlines we can throw your way here. Let me see, what are we talking about? First of all, authorities say a semi-trailer hauling milk crashed in central North Dakota over the weekend. Now, that was a spill. Nearly 8,000 gallons of milk in this case. I don't guess that would be considered a hazmat sort of scenario, right? Highway Patrol said the truck went into the ditch about 4 miles south of Wing about 10 o'clock Sunday morning. The cab overturned, coming to rest on its wheels, while the trailer came to rest on its side. The driver, 38-year-old Orlando Nieves of Granville, was taken to a Bismarck hospital with serious injuries. He was working for White Rock Express. All the milk in the tanker spilled. I guess the good news, it didn't get on the highway. The roadway, it was all over in the ditch and whatnot, so that was, I guess, a mess to clean up. Couple of other incidents. Motorists narrowly avoided a rogue trailer that, how does this happen? The trailer that disconnected from the tractor this past morning, Monday morning on I-69. The Ashley Hudson Police Department said a semi-trailer disconnected from the tractor and was headed toward the southbound traffic on I-69 northbound, just north of the 340 exit. Thankfully, the trailer ended up in the median and stopped in time. But you see the video there and the photos and whatnot. This thing was real close to just crossing right over. That could have been a very deadly scenario. Traffic was slowed for a time as a towing company had to remove the trailer from the grassy median, but I'm guessing is that driver error? Someone failed to correctly get their trailer hooked up. All I know is the name on the trailer said Holland, so it was a USF truck. But that could have been ugly. And one last tidbit here before we get our news break. The Ohio State Highway Patrol says one of their cruisers damaged after being struck by a car driven by a drowsy driver in Lordstown. Responding to a report of a reckless driver eastbound on the turnpike, the trooper was waiting at the crossover near the exit 216 about 1:30 this past morning. According to the patrol, the car the trooper was looking for actually veered into the state patrol cruiser. Trooper received minor injuries. Driver of the car was not injured. They're still investigating, but yeah, the front end of that trooper's car was ripped off. Yeah, I guess that was the drowsy, reckless driver they were looking for. Wide open lines here on a Tuesday morning. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
North Korea says that the Biden administration should avoid causing a stink if it wants peace to remain in the region. The sister of the North Korean leader, Kim Yo-jong, made the statement according to North Korean state news. The North Korean posturing comes as Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin are set to arrive in Seoul for talks with their South Korean counterparts. The White House also said Monday that the administration had reached out to the North Koreans but have so far been rebuffed. And some of the fencing around the Capitol building, erected following the deadly riots in January, is beginning to come down. Capitol Police will begin to remove portions of the outer perimeter fencing, move the inner perimeter fencing closer to the building, and remove the razor wire from the top of the fence. The moves will open up more street and sidewalk access around the Capitol complex. In a memo, the House Sergeant-at-Arms said there was no known credible threat against Congress that warrants the temporary security fencing. This is USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider, now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, what's next on the list here? Lots to cover. Looking for a place to park. Hey, there's some more spaces out there. Late last week, Love's Travel Stops opened in a new store in Kansas City, Missouri. Located off Highway 210 in Clay County, Missouri. There you got amenities at the new location, 115 truck parking spaces. They got a Mickey D's, 8 diesel bays, 7 showers, got the Speed Coast, cat scales, and a dog park. All right, along with the food, drink options, the new chicken lineup introduced last week. So easy for the professional drivers and the four-wheelers to get back on the road quickly and safely. So there you go, another Love's location opening up in Kansas City, Clay County, Missouri. Under the other industry headlines as we move forward here. All right, the number of fatality crashes involving large trucks increased with the latest numbers from 2019 by more than 90%. Of the truck drivers involved in those crashes, there you go. More than 90% of the truck drivers involved did not receive a moving violation. I was going to say, as part of the FMCSA's Office of Analysis, Research, and Technology Forum, presenting the latest trends in fatal crashes involving commercial motor vehicles. Numbers from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Bill Bannister of the FMCSA kind of outlined the uptick in large truck fatality crashes. The number of crashes have increased from 4,177 in 2016 to 4,479 in 2019. There's been an increase every year. They go through the numbers, how things went up in 2017, up in 2018, and up a bit higher in 2019. But a deeper dive into the statistics shows large trucks typically aren't the problem in these crashes. That's where he gives the figure. According to the numbers, 90.6% of the truck drivers involved in fatal crashes did not receive a moving violation. Even more, the truck drivers in these cases had no driver-related factors recorded more than 67% of the time. We should note that a little more than 2/3 of the truck fatal crashes have no driver-related factors cited to the truck driver. Now that's compared to only 40% of passenger vehicle drivers having no factors cited to them. The most common driver-related factors attributed to truck drivers was speeding of any kind, and that was like 7.6%, followed by distraction or inattention, 5.3%, impairment or from fatigue, alcohol, or illness at 4.7%, failure to yield at 4.6%, and careless driving at 4.4%. Other factors making up less than 4% would be vision obscured by weather, improper lane use, failure to obey traffic signs. So the majority of the fatal crashes are not related to the driving behavior of the truck driver. Isn't that what we've been saying for decades? Of course, the ELD mandate went into effect December of 2017. The strict enforcement started April of 2018, all being touted as a way to improve safety. Interestingly, the numbers do not reflect that. The number of fatal crashes involving large trucks have increased by more than 300 from 2016, before the ELD mandate, to the year 2019. Guess they're still compiling the numbers, getting all the statistics together for the year 2020. But kind of interesting, even with the reduced amount of traffic we saw last year, so many people staying home, so many people working from home, the shutdowns, the stay-at-home orders, and all that, we are all too well familiar. But the number of crashes and the number of serious crashes, some of the early numbers I saw were actually up. Kind of reflecting back in time, I do recall sharing numerous stories with the lesser amount of traffic that was on the roads in 2020. Many people apparently were taking advantage of that situation and hauling ass, I guess you'd have to say. The number of citations issued, people doing in excess of like 90 miles per hour, were up dramatically. We had stories like that all over the country. Lesser amounts of traffic, but people going way too fast out there on the roads. Typically, if an interstate has a 75 mile per hour speed limit, they do these studies. They go out and they have to do the tests to make sure that people can safely go that sort of a speed. That's why you have differing speeds on differing highways. Anytime they look to up the speed, they have to do another study. I don't know of any interstates designed to handle people doing 90 mile an hour plus. All right, but get back to your calls here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. And would this be John on the line? Good morning.
It is. Good morning, Steve. I haven't talked to you in a couple of years. Congrats on the new show. Glad to have you back on the air because I was bummed out when they took you off.
Thank you so much.
But anyway, you were talking about losing trailers on the highway, and we got some new tractors. I'm a company driver, and we got like 5 new tractors with like an automatic fifth wheel release that you can do from inside the cab. But the tractor has to be like in park in order to release it. Well, we had a driver that lost one on the highway. He's been driving for 25 years or so, and he lost a set of doubles. And fortunately, I mean, a truck, I guess, grazed the back trailer, but he dropped it. I mean, and this should have never happened. So he's off now for 3 weeks pending investigation. I just wonder if anybody, it's a Freightliner tractor, and he wasn't even used to driving this. So I don't know if any listeners out there have had any experience with this, but the tow truck company said this is like the 15th occurrence they've seen where the trailer's gotten dropped like this with these new fifth wheels. And then the state trooper also said they need to pull these out, until they can figure out what's going on with this, get these things off the road. But the company's trying to blame him. So it's an interesting situation. You also mentioned, though, that now that one there was a Holland. So I haven't seen any New Holland tractors in probably a decade. So I don't know. I kind of, doubt that they would be driving a new one, although it could happen, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Not to diss Holland or anything, but anyway, the way that could also happen is the fifth wheel malfunctions for some strange reason, or somebody didn't do a good pre-trip and check to make sure that was hooked up properly, and you hit a bump or something and you can lose it. That's how that happens. It should never happen, but like I said, sometimes a mechanical failure can happen, which I think happened to my coworker, but that's still pending. So if anybody knows anything, I hope they could call in and shed some light on that.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Okay.
But other than that, like I said, appreciate you being on the air. And, this is a great forum always to ask stuff like this if anybody knows anything. So.
Very good. Well, hey, thank you so much for checking in this morning, John. Be safe out there. Maybe we can get some answers. We will try. All right, let's see. Last evening, Jared, our old friend Jared from Missouri, he found us and chimes in this morning. A big thumbs up from St. Joe's, Missouri. I love that you have the bottom of the top of the hour breaks with that distinct USA trumpet theme. There you go. I put the link here that show what the anti-American, very, very honest Democrat Party supported with the fake virus relief bill. All right. Thank you so much, Jared. Have a great morning. You do the same. Yeah, we know that all the numbers I saw, it was like only about 10% of that virus relief bill was actually about COVID relief. And we talked about it ad nauseum. And one quick click on the link shows, remember there the day, the 20 hours that they were debating the bill, how many amendments were introduced by Republicans? And I didn't realize, when all was said and done, according to Mike Garcia, Republicans submitted 200 plus meaningful changes to that bill, including the doubling of vaccines. Not a single one of them was allowed. What they ultimately passed was a $1.9 partisan $1 trillion boondoggle with only 9% actually slated for fighting COVID. How much non-COVID spending was there? They got the pie chart. 9% says COVID health spending. The other 91%. We had talked about union pensions, blue state bailouts, Planned Parenthood, universities, the National Endowment for the Arts, Schumer's bridge, Pelosi's tunnel. All at the same time when $1 trillion was still remaining from the previous COVID relief packages. All right, so we knew taxes would be coming, right? At some point in time, we're all going to pay. And I guess the wealthy out there will soon get a taste of at least what Joe Biden thinks their fair share should be. Fresh off the $1.9 trillion COVID package, the White House announcing they're looking at tax increases to pay for the next round of major spending, which is going to be our infrastructure and climate change bill. Oh, climate change. The White House said this past day, higher taxes are definitely on the table. And Mr. Biden is focused on making the wealthy and corporations pay more. Last I checked, when corporations have to pay more, corporations are all about the bottom line. They tend to look for a place where they don't have to pay as much, which more often than not ultimately leads to corporations moving new development, new factories, or even existing facilities to other countries. We've been down this path before. This was Trump's priority in reducing the corporate taxes. So as has been the case from day number one of the new administration, we're just kind of going a full 180. We're doing an about face. Everything that was happening previously has been reversed. Quote, his priority and focus has always been on people paying their fair share and focusing on corporations that may not be paying their fair share. Press Secretary Jen Psaki. So that is his overreaching approach. But there isn't a package yet where we're talking about pay-fors yet. Now, congressional Democrats who are cooking up tax increases could force a package through the House and the Senate with party line votes the same way they muscled through the $1.9 trillion so-called rescue plan. As Biden made that pledge out on the campaign trail, he said his proposals would not increase taxes for people earning less than $400,000 per year. Supposedly, that's still his position, although the White House is not publicly endorsing specific proposals from congressional Democrats. Now, he had campaigned on increasing the corporate tax rate from the reduced 21% to 28%, raising the top individual tax rate from 37% to 39.6%, and increasing capital gains taxes on people who earn more than $1 million per year. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said the need for an infrastructure package is urgent right now. We're not waiting until September to act. I guess he visited a UPS facility in Maryland this past day. I'll let the president lead on the legislative priorities and sequencing, but these conversations are very much alive, he says. So what's the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen have to say? Biden could have to pursue tax increases to tame the federal deficits. Well, you think? It's only getting worse with each passing day. We have now passed nearly $6 trillion in COVID-related spending over the past year. So the president has proposed corporations and wealthy individuals should pay more to meet the needs of the economy. All right, during the 2020 campaign, Biden pushed for a minimum tax of 21% on all foreign earnings of U.S. companies overseas to try to fend off or head off his race to the bottom on worldwide corporate taxes. They're optimistic that infrastructure could be an area where we could see some bipartisanship, but it's not likely to win over many Republicans if the Democrats try to roll back parts of the 2017 tax cut to offset their spending. They took the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%. They reduced individual tax rates across the board, as we all know. Susan Collins burst out laughing when asked how Senate Republicans would react to Biden's tax proposals. Again, she busts out laughing, saying, I would not anticipate it'd be well received. She ran point for a group of Senate Republicans who were trying to strike a deal with Mr. Biden on the COVID relief package to no avail. Josh Hawley, the Missouri Republican, said he wants Democrats to forego the fast-track procedures and go through the regular legislative process this time. He also said he's not on board with some of these tax proposals. Carbon tax? I don't like the idea because it would be extremely harmful to Missouri's consumers. Even Joe Manchin, the Democrat of West Virginia, with outsized influence in a 50-50 Senate, has said he'd like Biden to avoid the fast-track budget process. Let's put together an infrastructure proposal that can actually win some Republican support. The White House did go on to decline to endorse the wealth tax that Elizabeth Warren proposed. Biden shares her desire to make the wealthy pay more. Apparently, Biden has a bit of a different proposal in mind than what Warren put out there, but as is always the case, democracy in action when it's appropriate, when the time is right. I'm sure they'll discuss that, and he'll discuss with those who need to be in the know what their views are. All right, so higher taxes coming down. Hey there, wealthy folks. What's your fair share going to be? All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. We're looking at wide open lines. About 6 before the hour, we'll get that USA News update coming up top of the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. I believe it was Deranger that shared with me the little link, those lion-ass Washington Post reporters. We know there's investigations ongoing in the state of Georgia. Investigations into a phone call that apparently Donald Trump made to a top Georgia official. That controversial December phone call. Between then, it was still President Trump, that was initially misquoted by the Washington Post, and then it was widely disseminated before the release of the call's audio last week, prompted a major mea culpa. So as so often happens with the mainstream media, a story is released, everyone else runs with it, as reported by the Washington Post, and then weeks later you come to find out everyone was misquoting it. Audio of the approximately 6-minute call between Trump and Francis Watson, the chief investigator of the Georgia Secretary of State's office, was published by the Wall Street Journal, and it shows Trump never told anyone on the call to, quote, find the fraud, as was reported at the time. The recording revealed that the Post misquoted Trump's comment on the call. Based on information provided by a source, it said Trump did not tell the investigator to find the fraud or say she would be a national hero if she did so. Instead, what was actually said, Trump urged the investigator to scrutinize ballots in Fulton County, Georgia, asserting that she would find dishonesty there. He also told her that she had the most important job in the country right now. The news outlet said both the headline and the text of the original story have now been corrected to remove quotes misattributed to Trump. That's the funny thing about when you correct a story. You go back weeks later, the story's been read by millions of people, it's been shared, disseminated by so many others. You go back and correct the original story. Who goes back to look at a story from 7, 8, 10 days ago? No, nobody. So no one actually gets the truth of the matter, and they continue going on believing that Trump said these things. All right, got a couple minutes before news update time. What are we looking at? Do you take a daily aspirin? Yeah, patients who took small daily doses of aspirin, this is very interesting, nearly 30% less likely to test positive for COVID-19, they're saying. According to researchers, they were also more apt to have a shorter illness and fewer lingering side effects. I mean, we're talking like a baby aspirin. We were really excited to see a big reduction in the proportion of people testing positive. This is kind of very promising, a promising indication that aspirin, of course, a well-known, very inexpensive drug, may be helpful in fighting COVID. One of the pioneers in COVID-19 exploration, whose research on the benefits of vitamin D in combating the disease has been widely followed, he said the effect of aspirin on long COVID-19 lingering symptoms that stick around long after the initial infection is very important here. 75 milligrams of aspirin. That's a baby aspirin. The study subjects were taking that, and most of them were taking it primarily for cardiovascular disease. While scientists aren't sure of the exact mechanism how aspirin reduces the risks associated with COVID, she believes it's the anti-inflammatory properties that shorten the duration and shorten the severity. This is early research. We're not suggesting people that don't right now take a daily regimen begin taking aspirin to prevent COVID-19, but it is really, she said it's a relatively safe, long-standing medication used primarily to reduce pain and fever. Yeah, we all know that. But it was very popular during back in the 1918 Spanish flu epidemic, long before scientists confirmed the antiviral activity. Studies have since shown aspirin helps modulate the immune response against viral infections. Well, okay. With that, we'll get our top of the hour update. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
North Korea says that the Biden administration should avoid causing a stink if it wants peace to remain in the region. The sister of the North Korean leader, Kim Yo-jong, made the statement according to North Korean state news. The North Korean posturing comes as Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin are set to arrive in Seoul for talks with their South Korean counterparts. The White House also said Monday that the administration had reached out to the North Koreans but have so far been rebuffed. And some of the fencing around the Capitol building erected following the deadly riots in January is beginning to come down. Capitol Police will begin to remove portions of the outer perimeter fencing, move the inner perimeter fencing closer to the building, and remove the razor wire from the top of the fence. The moves will open up more street and sidewalk access around the Capitol complex. In a memo, the House Sergeant-at-Arms said there was no known credible threat against Congress that warrants the temporary security fencing. This is USA Radio News.
For 3 years, you've heard me talk about MyPillow and the MyPillow Premium Pillow and how I get the best night's sleep of my life, how they don't go flat. They are washable and dryable and made in the USA. And it continues the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special from Mike Lindell. A standard or queen size premium MyPillow, $29.98. You're saving $40. King size pillows only $5 more. 60-day money back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. And while you're at MyPillow.com, check out all the deep discounts on all the other MyPillow products. MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
Several Republican lawmakers visited the southern border on Monday amid the current immigration crisis. Tim Berg reports from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and 12 of his members are slamming President Joe Biden for a slow response to a spiraling humanitarian crisis on the southern border. Speaking from El Paso, Texas, a California Republican saying,
"We went through a new facility that was built just more than a year ago. They built it with a capacity they thought they could never meet, 1,040 people to be processed. Today broke that record. Today they're beyond capacity. They're having to build into the parking lot a makeshift facility."
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And 2 men have been arrested for assaulting a Capitol police officer during the riots at the Capitol on January 6th. That officer, Brian Sicknick, later died. Julian Cater of Pennsylvania and George Tanios of West Virginia are charged with 9 counts and are facing up to 20 years in prison. The men are accused of using a chemical spray against officers during the riot. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
The Biden administration is planning on the first major federal tax increase in nearly 30 years. Bloomberg reported Monday that the increases include a hike in the corporate tax, an expansion of the estate tax, and raising the income tax rate for those making at least $400,000. Senator Mike Rounds also believes that the president's plan will include repealing President Trump's 2017 tax package. The South Dakota Republican tells Newsmax TV that he hopes some of his colleagues from across the aisle will see that the tax hikes will impact all Americans and not just those top earners.
What we need are for some of the Democrats to take a hard look at whether or not they really want to see this economy go down in flames. Because if you start increasing the tax rates here, the money will leave. It can leave. It can go elsewhere. And the other piece of this is when you raise the basic tax rates on corporations, they don't have as much money to pay wages. They don't have as much money that goes into dividends. That goes into 401ks. It goes into pension plans and so forth. You were talking about your parents and about the fact that if interest rates goes up, if they've got something in savings. But what about those people that have got pension plans that rely on getting a rate of return out of investments that those pension plans have? This will impact people from all economic levels, not just the rich people.
And UConn women's head basketball coach Gino Auriemma has tested positive for COVID-19 ahead of the NCAA tournament. The school says the Hall of Fame coach is not currently experiencing any symptoms and is quarantining at home. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let's jump back into it here. On a Tuesday, here we go. I hope your week's off to a good start. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, one of our listening friends, Steve, I'm getting your emails. And some of these the stories from the Epoch Times, all they let me see is like the headline and the first sentence. You know what I mean? You sent me a story here that something I had touched on last hour here, just a few minutes ago. The misquoting the story of the conversation with Donald Trump. And the headline is stating that the state of Georgia, a judge says he might actually unseal the Fulton County absentee ballots for a fraud investigation. Steve says that might be too little, too late. I'm assuming you have like the subscription to the Epoch Times, which I do not. See, more and more of these media outlets, you got to pay to view their content. So maybe if you could, if you could maybe copy and paste the text of the story to the email rather than just the link, I could pass more of the information along. That's some very interesting story he's been forwarded my way. By the way, the email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. If you've got something you'd like to share with the audience out there, because that's the way it's been over the years. Many of the listeners out there become contributors to the show. I do a lot of show prep. I dig up what I can. There's a lot of stuff like this I wouldn't have access. I can't subscribe to every media outlet out there, right? A lot of times I'll take some of those headlines, maybe do a Google search and see if another outlet has it shared where you don't have to pay for a subscription to their publication. But oftentimes they don't. Meanwhile, what are we looking at here? Again, it's 844-844-3388. Back to the border where Governor DeSantis and so many other rebuking the Biden administration's open border policies. And this wave, Biden is going in the absolute wrong direction, says DeSantis. Trump had it right at the border. Biden's got it wrong. Biden is intentionally pushing ideological changes in policy, particularly on immigration, from the Trump administration and getting awful early results. Obviously, this is a disastrous change in policy. Donald Trump had the wall, which we all supported, but also safe third-party agreements, as well as the Remain in Mexico policy. And guess what happened? The border was actually under control. So they've gone back on these policies. They've now created the crisis. It's a disastrous way to start an administration. And I think most of the American people are going to be strongly opposed to this. Now, he went on to rail on the Democrats and the Congress pushing through the $1.9 trillion package with zero support from any Republicans. It stinks to high heaven. It is rewarding bad public policy. Talking about the bailouts for the blue states. So what this bill does is it says if you locked down, if you destroyed your state, if you destroyed your economy, and you failed to stop COVID as well, you get a windfall. So some of these lockdown states are going to get an extra $1 billion, $3 billion. This is a transfer of money from states like ours in Florida and Georgia to the states like New York and Illinois and California. All right. More and more. DeSantis being outspoken, hailed as a possible 2024 presidential candidate. Or if not presidential candidate, maybe a potential running mate for another campaign by maybe even Donald Trump. His immigration and pandemic policies have worked a lot better than Biden's. You got to look at the whole society. We wanted to look out for everybody. We viewed this as a virus that was particularly dangerous for elderly people, not as dangerous for younger people. So we did the opposite when it comes to nursing homes. We banned hospitals from sending infected people back to the nursing homes. We also did things like prioritize seniors for vaccinations. But we had kids in school. They have to have that opportunity to go to school in person. We saved our economy from collapse. Our unemployment rate is 4.9%. So we did all these things, even with one of the most elderly populations in the entire country. Our per capita COVID mortality is less than the national average and far less than the lockdown states like New York, New Jersey, and Illinois. The words of Governor DeSantis. I think there's a number of states, I believe somewhere in the mix. I think I had the scenario where even DeSantis of Florida is now suing the current administration for this open border policy that's sending more and more illegals into his state. No, they don't come across the border into Florida, of course, but they come into Texas. They hold them for their 72 hours, whatever the hell it is. Then they release them out into the country. They're headed to your state. I don't care where you're at. They're going to be fanning out all over the country. All right. Good morning to the Michigan Madman. Thanks for checking in there. He shared a little funny. Yeah, where the coworker said, I can smell alcohol on your breath through your mask. To which he responds, well, Beth, you might want to back the hell off. We're in a pandemic, you know. Get away. If you were 6 foot away, you wouldn't smell it. All right, that's a funny one. All right, back at it here. Let's jump up. I believe Ron is next on the line here. Thanks for checking in, Ron. What's going on?
Not a whole lot. How are you today?
Well, hanging with them. Little quiet on the phones tonight, if you've noticed. But yeah, doing all right.
Yeah, you must be desperate to take me. These corporations that are being taxed, who are they? I mean, they're people that we buy our burgers from, who we rent our places from. Do you think that they're going to not pass those taxes on down the line? I mean, that's what I would do if I was Louis the landlord.
That's what they always do, and you are absolutely correct. That's what they're going to. See, it's a roundabout way of taxing anybody. You said, we're not going to tax anybody that makes more than $400,000. So the everyday individual says, well, yeah, I'm all for that. Tax the rich guy. It's not fair that they're making that much money anyway. Then they start paying more for everything they purchase. They're paying the tax that the corporations have to pay. They always pass it on.
Right. These corporations don't pay the taxes. We do.
They don't absorb them. No.
And on the COVID shot, I had a cousin that passed away back in November. She's 67. And she started feeling bad, so she went to the hospital with COVID. They put her on the ventilator, and while she was on the ventilator, her kidneys shut down. And then she was on the ventilator for 17 days and never did come out of it. But at the end, she passed away from multiple organ failure.
Yeah, all right.
Now, what I'm getting at is that's my genetics. That's what I could be looking at if I got COVID, because I've got all those genetics. So I got called messaged on a Sunday at church from my doctors, and I've been to the doctors a couple times before this, that I'm highly susceptible to COVID.
Really?
So why on earth would I not at least try the vaccine? I know what COVID could do to me, so I went ahead and got the shot. And the Pfizer shot, I didn't even feel getting the shot itself. my arm was a little sore the next day, and I might have been a little tired the next day, but I can't really say because I'm up all night like you are. And the second one, I was the same thing. So I went ahead and got the shot because I know what COVID can do.
Sure.
You know, and I think each individual needs to talk it over with their doctor or whatever they feel is right for them. But I think the right choice for me personally was to get the vaccine. So that's where I was at.
That makes perfect sense to me, Ron. I'm one of those that's kind of hesitant about it. I may get it eventually here, but yeah, for what I've said for years, I don't typically get the regular old flu vaccine. I've just never been a big one on volunteering to get shots or whatever, but yeah, if I had the pre-existing conditions or some of those things that would put me at a higher risk, I know I've got the story over here. I believe an overwhelming number of people that really get the bad symptoms had one thing in common, and it was obesity. So, if you've got some of those factors, I'd say, go for it. Get the shot.
Right. And I get the flu vaccine every year. I have since I was in the military. They lined us up like cattle in the military with one of them air pistols on each arm. You don't know what you're getting shots for. But I can honestly say that, I don't know that I've never had the flu, but it's never put me in bed where I miss work or running a fever or anything. But I get the flu shot every year.
Do you?
Maybe it helps, maybe it don't. I don't know. But, I haven't caught COVID up till now, and I was working all throughout COVID. So maybe I was lucky. Maybe, I don't know. So after you get the vaccine, if you haven't gotten COVID by now, you're not going to be able to tell if it was just coincidence or if the vaccine is working.
That's a true fact, too.
Yeah. And damned if you do and damned if you don't. But, all right, well, that was my 2 cents for the night.
Hey, thank you so much for checking in, Ron. I'm glad you got through it without any side effects or whatever, any symptoms. I had a neighbor that got her second shot here last week, and I think she was in the same boat. She had the sore arm or whatever, and that was about it. Neighbors on the other side, they both went out and got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine last week. They're fine. I haven't heard anything about they're coming down feeling like crap or anything. That's the one and done. So they're done. I found that story, though, according to the Centers for Disease Control. Listen to the percentage. About 78% of people who are hospitalized, required a ventilator, or died from COVID were either obese or overweight, according to the CDC. 78%, nearly 8 in 10. As doctors develop care plans for COVID patients, they need to consider the risk for severe outcomes in patients with the higher BMIs, especially for those with severe obesity. The numbers gathered show that 42% of the population is obese. These are numbers from 2018, 42%. Being overweight is categorized as a BMI of 25, while obesity is a BMI of 30 or higher. Report from the World Obesity Federation found that in countries where more than half the adults are overweight, COVID-19 mortality rates are 10 times higher than in other nations. That's rather interesting. Studies show carrying excess weight increases the severity of the disease and a 50% increased risk of dying from COVID. The rate of obesity has been skyrocketing in America. Healthcare experts refer to this with the COVID as an epidemic within an epidemic. According to Forbes, obesity causes several health issues that predispose people with COVID of complications. One of One of fat's most powerful effects is suppression of your immune system's response to the virus. The immune cells of an overweight 30-year-old would resemble, get a load of this, would resemble those of an 80-year-old person. Excess fat not only affects the immune system, it also compresses the lungs, makes it harder for people to breathe. The blood from an obese person is more prone to clotting, stripping the tissue of oxygen. But yes, 78%. Big numbers. If you've been one of the lucky ones, if you're overweight, I mean, technically, I'm categorized in the overweight category according to the BMI thing, the BMI calculator. But if you're obese and you've been one of the lucky ones and haven't come down with the COVID to date, I mean, yeah, you might be. It might serve you well to, when the opportunity arises, depending what category you're in, what age you're in, you might want to get the shot. All right, next up here, who we got? Looks like I don't have a name. Call screener failed. Who we got on the line?
You got Big Sexy.
Hello, Big Sexy. This damn thing never likes to understand what you say, does it?
I've never had a problem with it, really.
Oh, well, it failed this morning anyway.
Not picked up my name.
Didn't get anything this morning.
Well, I guess that happens sometimes.
Yep.
You were talking about the aspirin earlier. You said the 75 milligram?
Yeah, I've got some, baby. I think they're 81 milligrams. It's the low dose aspirin or whatever. Yeah, but baby aspirin, I guess, is 75.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got AFib on a heart condition, and I take the 81 milligrams, and I also take blood thinner.
Okay.
But I take the 81 milligram and have for years. I've had this for probably 5 years or more. It's all controlled with medication and stuff. So at least I have the aspirin in me.
Have you had the COVID? Have you been sick at all? Have you?
No, and I've got a lot of the underlying conditions, and the story you were just reading about. I'm considered obese, and
Okay.
I've got the diabetes and the high blood pressure and all that. So it's all controlled with medication right now. But and all the numbers are improving. But I think the last ultrasound on my heart said I had like 65% of what it should be. You know, but they said I'll have this rest of my life, you know. And I'm 58 years old. I haven't been sick at all. And I've been delivering papers the whole time. And I had been debating on the, taking the shot or not. But I may take it when my time comes up. I don't know. I like the idea of hearing about the aspirin helping, though.
That's. I mean, anything that'll be beneficial. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. On the border deal, like Texas and all them, why can't the governor call out the National Guard and put them down there? The National Guard can be called out by the governor in times of emergency, and that's an emergency at the border.
Well, Texas has. They've what's his name? Texas governor. I forget how many that. I think they had several thousand down there already, but they ordered up more last week.
Or if federal government's not going to take care of it, then the states have the right to protect their own borders.
Absolutely, yes.
And the National Guard is controlled by the governor, so call them up.
Yeah, he did that, and he
pointed. A lot of brothers have them down there.
He specifically pointed out at the time, well, if the federal government's not going to do what they need to do, I'm going to have to do what I've got to do to keep the people in Texas safe. So he's sent some reinforcements down to the border.
Yeah, I'd a lot rather have them called up down there, keeping all of us safe than all called up into Washington protecting the Congressman.
Exactly right. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi and Chucky Schumer, they got the guard protecting them, but the hell with the rest of us. I mean, we're just the everyday people.
It's kind of funny he stopped the wall, but what did they do in Washington?
Built a wall?
They built a damn wall.
Exactly.
I mean, walls don't work. Why did they put one up then? Democrats run around hollering, walls don't work. Then they built one around Washington.
Yeah, you're not supposed to ask that question, Big Sex. So you're just supposed to ignore that. We've got to keep our lawmakers safe.
Yeah. To keep them safe from us is what it's. If they do what they're supposed to do, they wouldn't have to worry about it. I guess I'll get off my soapbox now and let you get on to the next one.
All right, Big Sexy, good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in. I was pulling up the latest numbers here from Texas National Guard. Yeah, it was another 500 that he deployed last week to the border of Mexico. Let's see. We're going to work to step up and try to fill the gap with the federal government that they're leaving open, making sure we deploy every resource, whether it's Department of Public Safety or Texas National Guard, whatever we got to do. We're going to fight for the safety and security of our state, he said. Those 500 troops should be there now because they were supposed to arrive by the end of last week. And let's see, they're also adding about 1,200 state police officers to the region. The Guard has already embedded planners within the department and begun to train their soldiers who will be on the border. We've been supporting the border for our governor and federal and state partners for 15 years. They had about 100 of the soldiers set to deploy that served on similar border missions last year. Who's going to pay for it? Funding for this mission called Operation Lone Star will come from the $800 million that the Texas legislature designates each session for border security. So the 500, this is separate from the National Guard mission across the entire southern border that started under President Trump back in 2018. There's about 3,600 active duty service members and Guard troops from several states that are deployed along the border for that particular mission. All right, Texas troops have supported the federal mission, and in 2019, Abbott sent about 1,000 Guard troops under state orders to temporarily assist in that particular mission. So, yeah, because the apprehensions are way up. Yeah, last year, this is the sad part. Yeah, Border Patrol apprehended about 90,000 people in the Rio Grande Valley. That was for the year. This year, they've already, as of a week ago, were in excess of 108,000. I mean, the numbers are skyrocketing. It's off the charts. Back to your calls momentarily. Lines available at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Department of Homeland Security has dispatched FEMA to the southern border to assist in processing an influx of illegal immigrants crossing into the United States. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announced the move over the weekend, saying the agency will be focusing on the influx of unaccompanied minors in Border Patrol facilities. Republicans have criticized the Biden administration for their immigration policies and their refusal to call the situation on the border a crisis. Congressman Troy Nell says the president's stance on immigration is being seen as an invitation to come to the United States. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that the situation on the southern border has become inhumane.
People coming to our southern border, being invited, totally invited by this president. So, of course, we're going to have a problem. You're going to see all these migrant children being warehoused in these camps that are full to the gills right now. And the problem is going to continue to get worse as the days and the weeks and the months progress.
This is USA Radio News.
Does your current bathroom need to be updated immediately? Introducing One Day Bath and Shower Remodeling, the complete and hassle-free way to get the new bathroom of your dreams in as little as 1 day and for as little as $199 a month. Yes, the experts at One Day Bath and Shower Remodeling will come to you anywhere in the country and show you all the customized options. Now you can have a brand new bathroom in as little as 1 day. Large or small bathrooms, if you want a new bathtub or shower installed, we can do it in as little as 1 day. And if you call right now, you can save $750 off your remodel. We make it easy by offering you financing as low as $199 per month. Call now to schedule your free in-home consultation.
800-896-8242. 800-896-8242. That's 800-896-8242.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pureflo Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.purefloairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflo Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There we go. Jump right back into it here. And let me see here. Last week, several U.S. senators reintroduced yet another controversial piece of legislation that would allow CDL holders under the age of 21 to operate interstate. It's the Drive Safe Act, reintroduced by Todd Young of Indiana and John Testi. A companion bill's been introduced in the House by Trey Hollingsworth. This is all about addressing the driver shortage. Same argument. Today, 18-year-olds can drive more than 200 miles from Albany to Gary and back, but they're not allowed to drive 2 miles from New Albany to Louisville. Senator Young. The Drive Safe Act would eliminate this ridiculous regulation and, in doing so, address the driver shortage. New career opportunities for young Hoosiers, he says. So we're talking about changing the federal law that prohibits 18 to 21-year-olds from driving across state lines. So they're talking about an apprenticeship training program for under 21 CDL holders. They promised this training would ensure these drivers are trained beyond the current standards, rigorous safety standards and performance benchmarks. As part of the apprenticeship program, young drivers would be required to complete at least 400 hours of on-duty time and 240 hours of driving time with an experienced driver in the cab with them. Any trucks in the apprenticeship program must be equipped with safety technology, including active braking collision mitigation systems, a video event capture system, and a speed governor at 65 miles per hour or less, top speed 65. So they introduced yet nearly identical legislation in August of 2018, again in February of 2019. September of last year, the FMCSA asked for public comments on a pilot program to allow 18 to 20-year-olds to operate in interstate commerce. Of course, the ATA supports the bill and for years has called for changes to allow younger drivers. OOIDA has long opposed the idea for safety reasons and more primarily because they say there is no driver shortage. Okay, let's get back to the calls here. Next up is the Big Moose this morning. After getting y'all worked up yesterday morning, did you calm down finally? I apologize.
Oh, no, I needed that. That's good for the circulation.
Okay, good.
I was getting almost comatose. You just brought me out of it. I appreciate that. You don't owe me an apology. I owe you a thank you.
All right. So what's up this morning?
Oh, nothing. I don't know where to start. First of all, these 18-year-old drivers, I mean, why not? You know, if you can get an 18-year-old kid to work, period, you're doing something this day and age.
That's true.
So if they want to drive a truck, more power to them. It can't be no worse than these 30-somethings I see taking a crap in a Walmart bag at the local truck stop that are supposed to be veteran long-haul drivers. First of all, I got to stay out all week, or I got to be out 14 days before I get any home time. Oh, well, you know, big whoop, man. You know, I mean, it ain't like it used to be, man. I was out one time. I was out one time for 280 days, come home for a weekend, sold the house, went back out, stayed out for a year and a half.
Wow.
And these guys ain't driving around them 36-inch casket sleepers no more. They got these big old double bunk condos and dual zone climate control, and Sealy posturpedic beds and automatic transmissions, and got the automatic fifth wheel release and a pneumatic landing gears. Got all this crap, you know. I got a dog smart enough to drive one of these trucks, so why not let an 18-year-old kid drive one of them?
There you go. All right.
Like I said, he's old enough to go to war. Let him go drive a truck. I don't care. Matter of fact, as far as that goes, if he wants to buy cigarettes and drink beer, I think it's a shame when you can tell an 18-year-old kid he can go strap on an AR-15 and go shoot some Bedouin wife right between the mother and the humper, but he can't go out and buy a pack of Camels and a Coors, you know. But I'm going to get off that topic for a moment because I got some breaking news from the AARP. That's the American Association of Round People. I know you were talking about the obesity level affecting the COVID, you know. Well, the new newsletter from Lard Asses Anonymous have released an at-home COVID test that you can do yourself.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you take your right index finger and you insert it in your rectum. You take your left mouth, then you count to 100, then you switch fingers. And if you can't taste the difference, See a doctor.
Oh, boy.
Keep it between the spotted and the solid, buddy. I'm going to be 10-10 till we do it again.
Thank you much, Big Moose. That is just messed up. All right, there you go. Leave it to the Big Moose. Yeah, I guess if you can't taste it, you got a problem. All right, I was able to do a little search there, and I did indeed find another source, the story that Steve had sent me out of Georgia, to which, according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, a judge may unseal absentee ballots in Fulton County so a government watchdog can investigate allegations of voter fraud from the election in November. Lawsuit filed in Fulton County Superior Court contends fraudulent ballots were cast and other irregularities occurred as workers counted ballots at State Farm Arena on election night. If memory serves, that's where they had the mysterious water mine break above where the counting was taking place, and they shut everything down magically way early in the evening. Now, the Secretary of State's office says, well, these allegations were investigated and dismissed. Nonetheless, Henry County Superior Judge Brian Amero, who was overseeing the case, said he is inclined to order the ballots to be unsealed and reviewed by experts hired by a voting integrity advocate. After a hearing this past day, Amero sought a detailed plan for maintaining the secrecy and security of the ballots, which by state law are under seal in the Fulton County Superior Court Clerk's office. We want to do this in a way that dispels rumors and disinformation and may shed some light. The devil is in the details, says the judge. This is part of a wave of lawsuits that have alleged fraud or misconduct in the November election. Some sought to overturn Joe Biden's win in Georgia, while others sought to change election rules for the January Senate runoff, you'll recall, none of which succeeded, but the accusations of fraud have inspired a slew of bills in the Georgia General Assembly that could restrict voting in the name of election security. More recent suits seeking access to ballots and other information to maybe shed some light on the fraud allegations. Lawsuit filed in Gwinnett County Superior Court, the group Voter Georgia, seeking copies of 100 ballot images from a recent judicial election so they can analyze what they believe were anomalies in the election results. Judicial Watch has filed a lawsuit against Secretary of State, alleging that his office violated the Georgia Open Records Act because back in November, Judicial Watch requested documents related to a 2020 settlement agreement that required additional procedures before absentee ballots could be rejected for mismatched voter signatures. They also requested documents related to the processing of absentee ballots last November. Their lawsuit, filed in Fulton County, says his office still hasn't provided the requested documents. They're looking to review absentee ballots in Fulton County. He said county workers fabricated ballots and counted some ballots multiple times on election night. As evidence, his lawsuit cites video of the counting, as well as sworn statements from people who were actually present there, physical observers. The observers were suspicious of ballots that were printed on a different stock of paper than the regular ballots, appeared to have been printed instead of marked by ink in a voter's hand, or were not creased, indicated they had not been placed in an absentee ballot envelope and actually physically mailed. Investigators with the Secretary of State's office reviewed hours of video from election night, and they said they didn't see anything improper. Now, in public comments and in court documents, state and county officials say many damaged ballots have to be duplicated because the scanner won't process them. Ballot scanners sometimes jam, although some ballots get through the scanner before it stops. When that happens, workers scan the ballots again, but they're not actually counted twice. They're trying to just say this is all normal procedure. Chief Operating Officer for the Secretary of State's office said the witnesses' statements in these lawsuits are wrong. It's not people who are lying. They just don't know what they're saying, he says. So at the hearing yesterday, Amero said he's willing to order the absentee ballots to be unsealed if he is assured the security of the ballots will not be compromised. So he's asked for a detailed plan. Who reviews the ballots, how they would analyze them, how they're going to secure them. Okay. Very interesting there in the state of Georgia. What's happening this morning, Demon?
Another day in paradise.
Another day in paradise, huh?
Taking the southern route worked out pretty good until I got here to California. Highway 58's closed at Tehachapi. Up in between Kramer Junction and Mojave and Bakersfield. So I'm sitting here.
What's the deal? They got, is it weather related? What's going on?
Yeah, weather related and accidents and everything. It was snowing up there all day today, and they had winter weather
advisories and stuff.
It's supposed to end at like 11 o'clock. Yeah. And they had high wind warnings too, for light, high profile vehicles. But I didn't qualify for that one. I got 45,000 in a box. So I don't think I'm going to make it up there to Sacramento in the morning. Actually, right now they're showing on the Caltrans website that it's closed until further notice.
Okay.
Supposed to warm up tomorrow. About 10 o'clock, supposed to warm up to, upper 30s. So see what happens. But ain't it amazing that now all of a sudden, after the election, after the inauguration, Georgia finally decides to check out the irregularities, though? They wouldn't talk about it until after, they certified everything. But now all of a sudden, they're going back and saying, yeah, we had a problem. But something ain't right.
5 months after the fact, right?
Yeah. But, and the border, and the border is wide open. The checkpoints are closed. This is ridiculous. And they're all wearing Biden shirts when they come across the border, Who's financing this? I mean, somebody's making the shirts and giving them to them. I just don't know where this country's gone to. I really don't. I'm appalled that we're even in the situation we are. We're just giving our country away. But something's got to give here before long.
I don't see Biden or the administration doing any sort of an about face and trying to shut the damn thing down. They're just going to cut them all loose into the country. When they come up with this amnesty thing, is there a way they're going to be able to prove how long they've been here? They can say, I've been here for 2 years,
Yeah, I mean, all they got to do is cross the border and say, oh, yeah, I've been here 2 years or whatever, No, they're just, this mistake was made back in the Reagan years, when they granted amnesty to, to 3 million people. But, just give them a check and tell them to come on in, then we support them. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm appalled. This crap should not be going on.
Yep.
But I just.
Will the people wake up by 2022 and try to do something to have Republicans take back the House, Senate, or both, and try to Even if that occurs, though, technically, I guess you'd have to have like a veto-proof piece of legislation, because if they went back to Republican control of those and they tried to pass some sort of immigration reform to shut them down and re-implement the stay in Mexico policy that Trump had and all that kind of stuff, Biden or Kamala, whoever's in charge at that point, they're not going to sign it.
No one's ever going to sign immigration reform. Republicans, Democrats, neither one. They've had the opportunity. If they wanted immigration reform, they could have done it years ago. I mean, Barack Obama had a super majority in the Senate and had the House the first 2 years. Even Trump had, the majority the first 2 years. There's something could have been done if they wanted to do something. They're not going to do it. And I don't know what the deal is. All of them see it as a voting block. Whoever they can do the most for them. Trump built the wall and was doing what I think needed to be done. But even he was talking about amnesty, and I don't know.
Yeah.
They just want to change the voting laws and use it, like I said, as a voting block. Whoever does the best for them, they think they're going to get their vote. But like I said, I don't see anybody up there that wants to change. I think we need to take and change everything in the ballot box. But like I said, I still don't think that's going to change much. But so what are they going to allow for y'all? 30% at the Reds games? Is that what they're saying?
Quite honestly, I have not paid enough attention. I don't know.
I think I read where y'all was going to allow 30% attendance.
I'm trying to remember. I think Great American holds like 44,000, something like that.
I don't know if it holds that many. 36 maybe.
Really? Okay.
I don't know. All right. It's pretty small. It's a lot smaller than what the old stadium was. But I think I seen where y'all was 30%. I know Busch Stadium is going to allow, I think, about the same, 20 or 30%. But I'm ready for some baseball if they're going to get it going. It was something to watch. I don't even know if they're going to get the NCAA tournament in with all the teams that, if you got COVID, you're done. You got one positive test, they're done.
Is that like during the tournament, throughout it or whatever? You have one positive, your team is out of the tournament?
Right. That's the way I understood they said.
Huh.
I know they was doing that during the conference tournaments. If you had one test positive, that team was out for the whole tournament. So like I said, we'll see. I guess that all starts Thursday.
What March Madness gets underway Thursday. You are correct.
Yeah. But anyway. Okay, well, that's about all I got to say. Like I said, this road closure out here, I don't know how many effect out there. I'm sitting here, like I said, at Kramer Junction. The truck stop's pretty full. People keep coming in, but supposedly they ain't doing nothing up there right now. Just trying to get wrecks cleaned up and not saying when it's going to be open.
Have you seen your contribution to the Hotshot secret bunker studio? Did you notice that?
No.
Do you just are you listening like on the app, or do you actually watch the video thing, or ever see the video, or?
I don't pay no attention. I usually do watch it on the video.
I've got remember the cars you gave me, the Major League Baseball, the All-Star Game cars?
Yeah.
Those are like right there front.
Find a place for them?
Right there front and center, right there in front of me, yeah.
That'll work.
I I just looked at those and I realized those are going to be 20 years old next year. That was 2002 All-Star Game, those two collector's cars.
Right.
And I've also got
I
got a third one I brought in here a couple nights ago, and it's the February 7th, 2004. That's the one that Bethany actually took down when Dale Jr. was in town for whatever it was, and got the autograph on that. That's an autographed Dale Jr. there.
Right. That's a sharp car.
That's a pretty looking car. Yeah.
But I've got a few more at the house I got to get to you.
Okay.
I found some more that I had there. I got a Suburban and a pickup and a trailer. That Dale Earnhardt Jr. They come out with a lot of that stuff. Like I said, I bought a collection. I haven't really got through all of it to see what all's in there.
But somebody's selling off their stuff like a lot of merchandise. Like they have it in a lot, and you just buy it for a price or whatever, and you see what you got.
Yep, I had no idea what it was. I just knew they set a price for a box, and there was like 3 boxes, and I bought all of it for a certain price. I think there was 23 or 24 cars in there.
Really?
Yeah. So and like I said, I knew there was like 7 or 8 Gordon cars, and there's a reason I bought it. But a lot of them, like I said, I couldn't tell what they were. And, I just bought it mostly sight unseen. I could see the Gordon cars. That's what I wanted. And, of course, one of the Gordon cars was autographed. So that price I paid for the whole lot was well worth just one car.
Just actually having an autograph on a car makes it worth that much more, huh?
Oh yeah. I had a regular Dale Senior that I had an autograph on. Of course, I got it myself. But anyway, we'll let you go and let you get some more callers in there.
All right. Well, thanks.
Look at the video, see what I can see.
Yeah, thanks for chiming in. Yeah, you got the two MLB. I wasn't really understanding. That's on the hood of these cars. It says 2002 All-Star Game, Major League Baseball. He knew what they were all about, but I don't know. Major League Baseball, and I guess that's a paint scheme they must have run that season. Dale must have run that scheme on that car for the 2002 when they on the All-Star Game weekend or something. That's all I can figure. All right, real quick, before we hit news update, I'm thinking I would not be a bit surprised. We're hearing in the news how this trial is getting underway in regards to the officers surrounding the death of George Floyd. And when the time comes, how long this trial will last, I have no idea. Will it be a month, 3 months, 6 months? I don't know. It could drag out forever and a day. But if the officer's not ultimately convicted, what do you think's going to happen? I think there's going to be more of what we saw in the summer of 2020, probably magnified tenfold. I mean, there could be cities all over the country burning. And there's more and more states looking, and the latest is Oklahoma. Drivers in Oklahoma may be granted immunity if they injure or even kill someone while fleeing a riot, according to the bill passed by the state's House last week. More on that coming up in our next hour as we roll on into a Tuesday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Department of Homeland Security has dispatched FEMA to the southern border to assist in processing an influx of illegal immigrants crossing into the United States. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announced the move over the weekend, saying the agency will be focusing on the influx of unaccompanied minors in Border Patrol facilities. Republicans have criticized the Biden administration for their immigration policies and their refusal to call the situation on the border a crisis. Congressman Troy Nell says the president's stance on immigration is being seen as an invitation to come to the United States. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that the situation on the southern border has become inhumane.
People coming to our southern border, being invited, totally invited by this president. So, of course, we're going to have a problem. You're going to see all these migrant children being warehoused in these camps that are full to the gills right now. And the problem's going to continue to get worse as the days and the weeks and the months progress.
This is USA Radio News.
For 3 years, you've heard me talk about MyPillow and the MyPillow Premium Pillow and how I get the best night's sleep of my life, how they don't go flat. They are washable and dryable and made in the USA. And it continues the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special for Mike Lindell. A standard or queen-size premium MyPillow, $29.98. You're saving $40. King-size pillows, only $5 more. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. And while you're at MyPillow.com, check out all the deep discounts on all the other MyPillow products. MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
The president and vice president will hit the road this week to sell the nation on the COVID relief package that President Biden signed into law last week. Vice President Kamala Harris was in Las Vegas Monday, calling the American Rescue Plan part of the government's responsibility to lift people up in times of crisis.
This is supposed to be the job of your government, which is when you're suffering, when you need a helping hand, when you need a little assistance to just get over a moment of crisis you didn't create. That's when leaders are supposed to kick in to say, I'm here, I see you, and I will help you. So it's the $1,400 direct payment. It's the extension on unemployment benefits, that child tax credit.
President Biden announced Monday that Gene Sperling, a former director of the National Economic Council under Presidents Clinton and Obama, will be charged with overseeing the implementation of the $1.9 trillion relief package, which included $1,400 direct payments to most Americans. The IRS has begun processing those payments in the form of direct deposits. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The New York Assembly is looking to hire outside lawyers to assist them with their impeachment investigation into Governor Andrew Cuomo. He faces sexual harassment allegations from 7 women, with the state's attorney general opening an investigation into those charges. The FBI is also investigating the governor's office, looking into its handling of COVID in the state's nursing homes. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio said Monday that city and state officials would continue to work together, but reiterated his call that Cuomo needs to step down.
Look, as I've said, our teams, no matter what's going on in Albany, our teams keep talking and working together best possible, and our healthcare teams as well with the Albany healthcare team, and we're all going to keep moving forward. But that said, what's happening in Albany is making it harder to get things done, and that's why I think change is needed there.
New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand also called for Cuomo's resignation, saying he's lost the ability to govern the state effectively.
Well, certainly confronting and overcoming the COVID crisis requires focused, steady, sure leadership. And I commend the brave actions of the individuals that have come forward to speak of serious allegations of misconduct and abuse. And because of the multiple credible sexual harassment and misconduct allegations, it's clear that Governor Cuomo has lost the confidence of his governing partners as well as the people of New York. That's why I believe that the governor has to resign.
Governor Cuomo has said on several occasions that he has no intention of stepping down. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, that would be me. And indeed is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio, where someone shared with me this past day. Yeah, Big Moose just sent this to me. I hadn't seen that. I'm not a bit surprised, though. A majority of voters are concerned about the surge at the U.S.-Mexico border and oppose plans being considered by Congress this week to offer amnesty to illegal immigrants. A new Rasmussen Reports national telephone and online survey found 73% of likely U.S. voters are concerned about the government's ability to handle the growing number of migrants on the border while meeting COVID-19 protocols. 48% who said they are very concerned. All right, we know the numbers have surged at the border. And alarm at the number who are testing positive for COVID, but nonetheless being released into the heart of the country. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives is expected to vote this week on two separate amnesty bills that provide legal status for up to 5 million undocumented immigrants. 51% of likely voters oppose such an amnesty plan, 35% who strongly oppose amnesty. 45% actually say they support amnesty. 22% strongly support it. Survey of 1,000 U.S. likely voters, again conducted by Rasmussen. Margin of error plus or minus 3 percentage points, a 95% level of confidence. Support for amnesty is highest, obviously, among Democrat voters. Majorities of Republicans and voters not affiliated with either party are opposed. 68% of Democrats support legislation to give lifetime work permits and a pathway to citizenship for the 5 million undocumented. 72% of Republicans are against such amnesty. 55% strongly oppose it. As far as independents, 55% opposed to the lifetime work permits. 36% strongly opposed. Now, despite strong opposition to amnesty among Republican voters, 10 Republican House members have actually announced they support H.R. 1306, which would grant amnesty to over 1 million undocumented farm workers and family members. 61% of likely voters say that if Congress does decide to grant amnesty to illegals, the legalization should include a mandate for all employers to use the federal E-Verify system to keep U.S. jobs away from future undocumented immigrants. Now, that E-Verify has been around for years and years. For whatever reason, they have refused to require employers to use it. So this is essentially people saying, all right, they're here, they've been here. And for those that have been here, all right, I'll meet you in the middle. Make them legal. They're immediately going to be allowed to legally be in the workforce, competing for jobs in the United States with the unemployed here. But at the same time, if you want to meet us in the middle, you're going to require the E-Verify system to be used because we've got the flood coming across the border right now that's going to ultimately be probably more than 1 million people this year. These people do not deserve to have the same benefits as those that maybe Yeah, when it comes to the $5 million, I think those are the dreamers. These are supposedly what? The individuals that were brought in by other family members when they were children, under the age of 18, I guess. To no fault of their own, their parents or their grandparents, whoever brought them into the country. So we're going to give them a break. We're going to, again, we've done this before, and it never really seems to cease the surge at the borders. But there's the latest on that one for you. We get back to the calls here. And Steve, what's going on this morning? Thanks for hanging in there.
Steve?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me okay?
We got you. What's happening?
That's a big echo. Anyway, thanks for letting me be a repeat offender.
Yeah.
I just wanted to touch on the driver's situation. You know how about the 18-year-olds and the shortage of drivers. Like the company I work for, this LTL company in Chicago, their hiring policies are pretty strict. My boss has got over 100 applications on his desk, a stack of them. Not one person qualified.
Really?
Applying for a job out of 100 applications. Yes, sir. You know, different things, drug offenses, failed drug tests, too many tickets, felonies. Guys applied that didn't even have a CDL. I mean, it's just crazy. It's really hard to find good drivers. I mean, I have no problem with 18-year-olds driving a truck if they want to get out here and work. Like Big Moose was saying, you know, you can send them across overseas with an AR-15, let them drive a truck.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that as long as they're responsible and safe. One thing about the border, I saw a couple of years ago, there was this citizen group, I think it was New Mexico and Arizona, these guys that lived down by the border. They had ARs and they patrolled the border down there. Guys, you know, crossing into their property and, you know, these illegals, and they'd arrest them and turn them over to the border patrol. And I'm surprised that, you know, when they're going to start standing up, you know, for their property, for their rights.
Yep.
I know Governor DeSantis in Florida is suing the Biden administration for his immigration policies right now because of what's going on in Florida, all the illegals that are flooding in there from Texas. Because I still believe, Steve, it's a law, it is a law that if you cross the border illegally, what they're doing now, you just committed a crime, from what I understand. I don't believe that was ever taken out of law.
My understanding.
Am I right on that?
First offense is a misdemeanor, I believe. Then if for whatever reason you find yourself, you commit a crime, or if you get deported and you try to return, then that is a felony offense.
Yes, I think that's correct. But I would think these states like Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, that their governor has the right to uphold the Constitution and protect the citizens of that state, if I'm not mistaken, because each state has their own individual constitution.
Sure.
So that's his job, to protect the citizens. And if that means putting the National Guard on the border, you know, facilitating the Border Patrol, even though it's under federal authority, I mean, the governor should have some kind of authority over his border, I would think. And I think more and more states are, excuse me, going to start, you know, taking this to court. So, but the main reason I wanted to call you, Steve, and pass these articles on to you. So I passed a few more on to you from other news sites, and I'm just wondering if you can read those from like Breitbart
Yes.
and
Yes.
The Hill, and there was a couple other. Can you read those?
I can, yes.
Okay, so the only one you can't read is the Epic Times, correct?
Times, yep. They give you the headline,
Yeah.
and like the first sentence of the story, and then they want to offer you like 90 days or 60 days free or whatever. Then they want to charge you. I don't know how much, but they want to like charge you monthly to see the news. So.
Well, I know when I get into my email box, it'll give me all the articles, and when I click on read, it'll say continue reading for free, and then it'll say if I want to sign up, it's $1 for 4 months. So what I'm going to do is when I get home this morning, I'm going to sign up for the for the 4 months for the $1. And hopefully, after I do that, I can share them with you, and you'll be able to read the whole article.
Mm-hmm.
If not, you let me know and figure something else out, because that's a really good site for a lot of stuff that's going on right now. So, but yeah, I sent you that one. I was hoping you were able to read it. The one where I said too little, too late about the stuff going on in Georgia.
Yeah, but I was able to find that from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. I guess they were sharing from the AJC. So, yeah, I did find the rest of the story there. So, very interesting.
Yeah. Amazing how it took 5 months, like you said, right? They couldn't have done this back in November.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, Steve. I'll talk to you later. Thanks a lot.
Hey,
Have a good night.
You got it. Thanks for checking back in there. Be safe out there, Steve, as always. There you go. Let's see. You remember the governor of Arizona, Jan Brewer, during the Obama administration, tried that, and they sued the state saying it's the Fed's job, not the state's job, to defend the border. I do kind of remember, I remember Jan Brewer very well, because she was not at all a fan of Barack Obama. You snubbed him on more than one occasion, actually got in his face at some point in time, like at the airport tarmac or something. Yeah. All right, who's next up here? Let's get on down to the Jolly Green Giant. What's happening this morning, Jolly Green?
Good morning, Steve. I wanted to talk about something that was on the earlier part of your show. A LTL driver called in, said that he was talking about the automatic fifth wheel switch on the inside of these cabs. And we do have a few of our tractors have that switch. And there's a safety feature that's built in that the brakes must be closed for that switch to work. Now I got to ask the question. If I'm in the safety department and I'm investigating trailers that came unhooked for the fifth wheel, my first question to that driver is, are you sure that the fifth wheel was locked? And then I would wait on the answer. And then my second question is, did you visually check to make sure that the fifth wheel was locked? Now, what do I mean visually check it? There is a method where you visually climb underneath. Well, what you do is you climb underneath the trailer in front of the landing gear legs. You take a flashlight, you shine it right up into the V of the fifth wheel, and what you're looking for is the jaws around the kingpin. That method, I use that method every single day, and it absolutely has not failed me. You visually check with your eyes that it's closed.
Okay.
And all drivers out there who are listening right now know that I'm right. We have all had trailers to drop because they weren't hooked up correctly. They've dropped down onto the chassis. It's happened to everybody. Now, the proper procedure of hooking up, what causes a fifth wheel not to lock? The biggest culprit is trailers that are dropped too high. So there is another procedure of dropping trailers to proper height. And when I went to truck driving school in the 80s, we were taught to drop trailers. We would crank the landing gear legs down where you see daylight from the in between a fifth wheel and a trailer. That is the improper procedure. Back then, that's what I was taught. That procedure is wrong. The proper procedure is to drop your landing gear legs down to the ground, and before they get to the ground, approximately 1.5 to 2 inches from the ground. Then you take and get back up in your cab, and you hit the air dump valve. You dump the air out of the airbags, and you drop the trailer down. Then you pull out. That is the proper procedure for dropping the trailer. But there are other problems too, and that is, pavement height at various turbos. Sometimes it can be higher or lower. That causes a trailer to be dropped either too high or too low. So the main culprit for the reason why a fifth wheel does not lock is basically what I call a high hit, meaning is the trailer is too high. And so one of the procedures I was taught is before you go underneath the trailer, you visually check to make sure that the height of the trailer is touching the top of the fifth wheel. It's not way above the fifth wheel. So there's a lot of things that are involved to keep a trailer from coming unhooked. And in my opinion, the chances of that being mechanical is like slim to none. I've never heard of that ever happening. Even with that new fifth wheel button. So the 9 times out of 10, he didn't visually check it with his own eyes. Why? Because a lot of drivers are in a rush. They're in too big of a rush. And number two, I've got to ask the question, are you on the telephone while you're doing your pre-trip inspection? You should not be on the telephone while you're doing a pre-trip inspection. You should be doing an inspection without any distractions of any kind. Follow the same procedure over and over and over again. That's how we keep mistakes down to a minimum. So in my opinion, I think what had happened, it probably was not hooked. In my opinion, Steve. And it does happen. I've seen it, trailers come unhooked. But I'll be honest, it's happened to me.
Well, I mean, the story,
but I've been pretty lucky, Steve.
Story didn't specify how far the truck had come from, where he had hooked up. How far did he get? I mean, can you get 15, 20 miles before they come undone or something like that?
I don't know the answer to that, Steve, and I will tell you, 9 times out of 10, if it's not properly hooked, it'll happen right in the yard or as soon as you turn out of the terminal when you make a turn.
That's what I thought.
Then sometimes they come unhooked. And, Steve, I have seen the wheels of a tandem. I've seen slider wheels. The tandem come out from underneath the trailer because somebody didn't do a proper pre-trip to make sure that the pins on the rear end were locked in on the rear end slider. So I've seen that several occasions. I see a trailer down on the ground and then the tandem's way behind it. I think a guy that's been driving 25 years should know better. And I will tell you that this method that I'm talking about, visually checking with your eyes, I never done that. I would do the tug and pull. And the tug and pull method doesn't always work. The best method is to visually check it with your eyes with a flashlight. It works every time. And all the drivers I work with at the LTL company I work for probably will agree with me. Okay. Any driver that's got any experience of any kind will agree with what I said. Climb underneath your trailer in front of the landing gear with a flashlight, visually check to make sure that the jaws is around the kingpin. It works every time. I'm sorry that happened to this driver, but that's the safety department has the responsibility. I'm sure that they are checking into it. The possibility of that being a faulty fifth wheel, and yes, I have seen problems with fifth wheels, but the problems I've seen with fifth wheels is you can't get the jaws open. Those are the problems I've seen with fifth wheels.
Okay.
But I've never seen a fifth wheel jaws automatically open going down the road.
First thing I thought is probably mechanical error, error by the driver or whatever. That's what I was more inclined to think. But it's really cold outside and it's snowy or it's raining. I don't feel like climbing under the trailer, crying out loud.
I agree with you, Steve, but I think that the biggest culprits is basically three: laziness, rushing, and number three, a distraction, 9 times out of 10 on the cell phone. Those three things right there, you can never rush on doing a pre-trip or a post-trip inspection. Make sure you do it right.
Yep.
And like I said, your eyes never lie. That's why I always visit. In fact, I just changed the trailer about, half an hour ago, and I climbed underneath my trailer. I took the flashlight, shined it up there, and I checked visually with my eyes. It was latched. Then I took off and going. I'm going to Indy right now to our Indy terminal. But I know, and when I get down there, we'll change trailers again, and we'll go through the same procedure again. I am sorry it happened to that driver, but I'm telling the truth. And a lot of drivers out there know I'm right. That's why I'm calling, because I got a hair up my butt about it. Because the fact is, and I know that the method works.
Okay. Well, fair enough, Jolly Green. Thank you for checking in. That's all right. What do you say this morning, Philip? Headed off to work, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I'm down there. You know what's funny is Jolly Green, man, me and him come from the same cloth. You know, every time I got underneath the trailer, and I don't care what kind of trailer it was. Now, if you're in a truck with a sleeper, it's a little different. You can't see the fifth wheel when you back under it. But when you're in a day cab, like an LTL truck, and you can look through that back window and see that fifth wheel flatten out, and I know guys that have been driving a while know what I'm talking about. When you see that fifth wheel flatten out and you hit it, you're good. Now, if that trailer nose keeps coming towards that cab, you done bent over top of that fifth wheel and you're in trouble. So, I mean, he is right, though. You got to get underneath the truck and look at that fifth wheel. I don't care how much snow there is on the ground. I don't know. There's only been 2 incidents in 25 years that I drove a truck that I had a problem with the trailer as far as that goes. I broke a kingpin once. I had a kingpin break on my truck and actually pulled over in time to keep it from falling off. And I had a trailer come off on me because the jaws on the fifth wheel froze up on me. Mm-hmm. That's the only 2 times I ever dropped the trailers in 25 years. You got to get underneath that truck and look at that fifth wheel. I don't care what anybody says. The only thing that fifth wheels happen with them, now he was talking about jaws locking up. I've had jaws where they get loose and you're going down the road and the trailer feels like it's playing back and forth. I've had that happen, but I've never, ever, ever had one come undone on me, Steve. I'm sorry. He had a note with me that I went through for many years. Sorry about that, bud. I tell you, man, in LTL, we switch so many trailers. LTL, you're doing trailers all day long. You're dropping and hooking, doing different things. And I've worked in snow and ice and all that stuff, and there's nothing to play around with that. You make sure that thing's locked. I mean, that's something that I went through a lot. But getting off that rant, I want to thank Big Moose for his comments yesterday, because I'm telling you what, that was better than going to the club and watching a comedian. I tell you what, he just went absolutely berserk with whatever you told him about a gun. Mm-hmm. Holy Christ, that was amazing, Steve. But he is right. Big Moose is right. And by the way, Big Moose, I appreciate you, bud, because you're talking about chaining up axles. Let me tell you something, bud. I blew a hub one time on a truck out of Indy at 65, and I sat 3 hours on the side of the road helping a guy chain up a daggum axle. And that is the biggest pain in the butt there ever was. If an axle is, Steve?
Well, he about killed me when he said that if his dog looked like Nancy Pelosi or Dianne Feinstein, he'd shave their ass and teach them how to walk backwards.
Oh, yeah, that was great. And there was another one they used. He goes, it just makes me want to crap in my hands and clap. I was like, oh boy. So, but I see we're at the bottom of the hour. Do you need to go do something, or are you okay talking?
I guess I'm all right. I mean, technically, since we're doing what we're doing here right now, there will come a time when I'd have to break it, a hard break.
Okay, I don't want to get into your time. I know you guys watch that time. But anyway, I appreciate you talking about the RPM Act yesterday. My son is very passionate about drag racing, and that's one of his main things, and he's been keeping up on this. We got a lot of friends in the industry that make parts for cars, and if that act happens, it's going to put them out of business. It's going to put their people that help them make their product out of business. It's going to cause a lot of jobs.
Yeah.
But I got to thinking about it, Steve. If you look at that, that is the same thing as what's going on in Oregon with they're trying to pass to get rid of diesel.
Yep.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. And people need to stand up. I mean, we need to stand up. I mean, I'm all for this green thing to a point, but there comes a point when you got to say, hey, the fossil fuels making us what we are right now. We got to deal with it. So, but that's pretty much all I had to say, Steve. And by the way, the Starship is not going to launch today. They aborted yesterday on a static fire, and they're changing out a motor. So we're looking at probably going to be Wednesday or Thursday before they launch the Starship. So let's keep our fingers crossed on that one.
Well, they don't want to. They don't want to lose another one. That's all I know. They don't want to lose another one. Because I have no idea how much time it takes. I mean, you can't build one of those damn things overnight. That's for sure. Very tedious, technical process building a rocket ship. All right, it's 844-3388. Got the Monkey Gouger coming up here. We'll get to Big Moose, the Wyoming Mountain Man, and Room for You, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Mississippi has become the second state to open its COVID vaccination eligibility to all adult residents. Governor Tate Reeves announced the change Monday, saying the new eligibility will take effect on Tuesday. Several more states have also set up a timeline for opening up eligibility for all. As states are opening up their vaccine programs, some are also rolling back COVID restrictions, worrying health officials. Dr. Robert Bollinger is a professor of infectious diseases at Johns Hopkins University and tells CNBC that the spikes in cases being seen in Europe is a good reason not to take our foot off the gas when it comes to mitigation efforts in the U.S.
Well, we're certainly in a better place than we were this time last year, but we're not out of the woods yet. We're increasing the vaccination rate, but we're beginning to open up, as you know, around the country. We have increasing evidence that these variants are transmitted in the United States as well. So we really can't take our foot off the gas right now. This is the wrong time to do that.
This is USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pureflo Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.purefloairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflo Airdog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, right back into it here. Stepped out for a smoke break. Said I could have swore I thought I saw a flash of lightning. Go double check the radar. I didn't think we had rain in our forecast during the overnight hours. Yeah, there is some showers and thunderstorms that have developed over western portions of Ohio. You've seen rain up in Salina, raining in Sydney right now, line of rain moving into Troy. Yeah, I got that line that extends down, a few rumbles of thunder down up toward Hamilton, Ohio. It's a very thin line, just a few embedded thunderstorms. Probably saw the cell that's up toward Harrison. Yeah, a little bit of rain down into southeastern Indiana as well. That'll be probably pushing into the 275 Beltway, as they call it, the loop around Cincinnati. So yeah, a little bit of rain out there. I thought that I saw our forecast high was going to be, we were stuck in the 40s. It was a chilly day. It was downright cold again yesterday morning, Monday morning. Yeah, for back to work and back to school. Thought they said we're supposed to warm up to like 68 degrees today. I don't know. I guess we're going to have somewhere we're going to have a warm front coming our way if we're going to get that high. All right, so let me see what's back to the calls here, and I promised Monkey Gouger he'd be next, and there he is. Good morning, Monkey Gouger.
Well, good morning, sir. How you this morning, Steve-O?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Man, got to spend a little time in the swamp last week, caught a few fishes. Everything, life is good, man.
Uh-huh.
Look here, the other night, after I talked to you, if I went to Marina Del Rey, I heard an ad come on there. I thought I might have been dreaming, but I wanted to ask you about it. Did I hear Michael Bernetti advertising the new Bostrom mattress?
You did?
I will tell you, I've been sleeping on that mattress now for about 2.5 years. And I would tell you, that thing, I'd rather sleep on it than I would the mattress that I got in the house. I just wish they had made a bigger one that I could get to go in the house.
Right.
That thing is really conforming, and I wasn't sure that was that Pillsbury Doughboy, but I wanted to ask you about that. Well, I might be dreaming, you know.
Nope, you heard correctly. That was his voice, and that's him. That's our old friends with National and Bostrom Seating, and he's been advertising them. We're trying to work up a relationship with them to kind of come back and join us. One of these days, if we ever get to have a daggone truck show again, we might could have some of those customized with the Steve Sommers overnight drive logo seats like we did back in the day. Remember those? Maybe some Hot Shot Secret Super Studio seats put together and give them away at the truck show.
Oh, man, that would be great. I tell you, for the people that don't know Michael, he's just an outstanding person. You know, one year I won a 700 seat up there.
Did you?
It was in Dallas.
Okay.
Yeah, I still got the cover off of it. And matter of fact, riding in one of his seats right now, that one that custom built for me.
Yep.
And I tell you, that's a great organization. And they have supported the trucking industry, and Michael and the whole crew over there has just been outstanding, and I just can't say enough about it. But I wanted to make sure I was right. I wasn't for sure. Like I said, I've been up for a good little while. I was laying back there on my Bostrom Serta sleeper mattress. You know, I was kind of in fairyland when I heard. I said, that's that Pillsbury damn Doughboy right there talking. I know who that is.
You better watch out, because there's a good chance he might be listening right now. He sent me a message here a couple of weeks ago, said he gets up at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and he gets out real early, and he walks the dogs, and he listens to the show on his smartphone. So he may be listening to you calling him the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Hey, he's asleep, because if he was awake, he'd done blow my telephone up. That was something he was world famous for when we was on the other channel there.
Yeah.
He could hear me talking, he'd start blowing my damn telephone up.
That's
blam,
funny.
blam, blam. But anyway, yeah, I'm glad to hear that they come on board, because they are a fine sponsor. But Steve, did you? I've been off a couple of days, and I've done a little fishing, but most of my time off, I was hounding my U.S. senators about this bill that come through last week on this like ABC test out in California.
Oh, yeah.
That they passed.
It's called the PRO Act. The PRO Act, yes.
Right. I didn't get much response out of our favorite South Carolina U.S. Senator. Ain't gonna call no names. We all know who he is. That fence splitter. But I called the other senator, Mr. Tim Scott, and I've heard some great things about him. But I was kind of on the fence with him about some stuff, but I didn't get a chance to talk to Tim. He was in Washington, but I did talk to one of his liaison officers, or whatever you call them people up there, one of his aides, and she was real helpful. She talked to me for about an hour and 15 minutes about this thing. She said, Mr. Artis, believe you, we are on top of this, and said, it's going to come down to it's going to have the 60 vote deal, and they really don't see this happening because there's some Democrats over there that's kind of against this thing because of what it's going to do to the small business people.
Right.
So she says she really didn't see this thing going nowhere, but she would pass it on. So I'm urging everybody to call your senators, let them know about the PRO Act. This is going to be the death to the American independent trucker. And we need to get this thing squashed. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, call your senator and talk to her. But we talked about that, and I told her about this underride.
Underride, yeah, the guards.
Guard protection. And this mandatory 65 mile an hour speed limit that the ATA was trying to sneak through. I told her about all that. She was real nice, real receptive. She was taking notes, and everything, just pass it on. So I reckon in a day or two I'll be receiving a letter from Tim Scott to let me know what's going on, because I'm expecting that letter from Lindsey Graham, and I know what it's going to say. It's going to say the same thing it said 10 years ago. Well, we're a fellow South Carolinians, and we just disagree to disagree sometimes, but you're still a great South Carolinian. The same thing you wrote 10 years ago. I mean, calling his office is like pulling teeth. You know what they're gonna give you the same song and dance over and over. It's just a mess that we have him representing the state of South Carolina. But on the other hand, everything been going good. Got to do a little fishing and caught a few fish. Got to drink a couple of them premium Bud Lights, and old motorboat run good and everything. But I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Can you run that FR3 in the outboard motor?
I believe you can.
I wasn't sure. I got a bottle of it the other day at Tractor Supply, and I said I'm gonna try this. And I was gonna go home, put it in a 2-cycle. I said I'm gonna go home, mix it up in the gas tank. And I said I better wait. And find out about this. So I didn't do it, but that's one of the days. When is Chris coming back home?
He'll be on April 2nd. That's the first Friday in April.
First Friday in April. All right. You get a chance to watch any of that Jaffa Crapper win out yonder in Phoenix yesterday?
I was up and right till about race time, and I might have watched the first couple of laps, and I hit the hay. What I did watch was a whole bunch of the dirt track racing over the weekend, though. Now that I got this flow racing thing, I get to watch all my super late models there, all in the dirt tracks all around the country.
Hey, are you waiting on Bristol? Boy, I can't wait for that to happen. That can't get here fast.
On the dirt, yes.
Dirt, boy. NASCAR goes back to the roots. It goes dirt at Bristol.
That'll be cool.
I cannot wait for this thing. That's going to be cool. But, Steve, that's about it for tonight. We just out here terrorizing the highway. We back at it again. So, to give you a little holler, we'll talk to you tomorrow night, hero.
All righty. Thank you so much. Got a couple of big fish stories for you, talking about fishing down there at the Marina Del Rey. First, I saw one headline from Drudge, and I saw another. I thought they were talking about the same deal, but no, it's two separate stories, two separate places. Wildlife officials in Missouri said a man fishing for catfish in the Osage River surprised to reel in a massive black carp instead. The Missouri Department of Conservation said he was fishing for catfish with some friends when he caught something big. We hooked into it. We knew it was something big. I thought it was a big catfish. This is the first I've heard of a black carp, he said. I didn't know anything about it. So it's been quite the learning experience. This huge black carp weighed in at 112 pounds. The Missouri Department of Conservation lists black carp as a prohibited species. It is not native to the state. It is actually a danger to the local population of mollusks, including some critically endangered species. So they ask anyone who catches a black carp in the state's rivers to alert authorities. They have been found in Missouri before. In 1994, about 30 black carp entered the Osage River after escaping from a fish farm during a flooding event. So they say if you happen to catch black carp or any invasive fish while fishing in Missouri waters, it's imperative to contact your local conservation agent. That way, our fishery staff can be notified and be watching for the spread. They call it a destructive species. So I know people that pull the carp in. We used to go out to some of the pay fishing lakes to do catfishing. Anytime somebody'd pull in a carp, they typically throw it on the bank and let it lay there. No, those weren't those weren't black carp. They were just those nasty-ass mud vein carps. Then we don't have time to mess with trying to clean the mud veins. But the other story was out of Florida. Should have asked Philip about that one. They're already dealing with dangerous, invasive species. You got the Burmese python, you got the green iguana, you got the lionfish. Now there is a new predator in the state called the Arapama. It is a fish that can grow up to 10 feet long and weigh hundreds of pounds, apparently. A dead one recently washed ashore in Cape Coral's J.C. Park along the Caloosahatchee River that runs from Lake Okeechobee west of the Gulf of Mexico. This fish apparently is native to the Amazon River in South America. It is one of the world's largest predatory fish. Its scales are said to be as impenetrable as armor, and it's ugly. Yeah, the captain of the fishing boat said, I think it's kind of cool. They've been fishing these waters in the Caloosahatchee River for more than 20 years. But he said that this particular fish might be the closest thing to a tarpon, which is a big athletic fish native to Florida waters. It's a popular species for game fishermen. Like tarpon, these guys can actually jump out of the water for food, and their prey includes small animals, lizards, birds, and other fish. But he's also aware now of the reality of this fish's appearance in Florida, confirmed by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. It's not good for the ecosystem because of its very voracious appetite. It is a threat to native Florida wildlife. It's capable of producing hundreds of thousands of eggs during its lifetime. They don't believe that's happened yet. We don't believe they've reproduced in the wild in Florida yet. But they'd like to wipe those fishes out as well. They don't survive well in cool water, apparently. I guess that's the only blessing in the skies, unless they can adapt. They can even die in water that's 60 degrees or colder. They can survive in the waters of extreme southeastern Florida, though. These guys lay their eggs, these fish, the Arapamia, lay their eggs in February, March, and April, so it potentially could take them longer to establish a presence here. All right, get back to the calls, and it's 844-844-3388. Let's get back to the Big Moose. Hello, Big Moose.
Hey, bud, I just wanted to touch on the fifth wheel thing here real quick.
Absolutely.
Jolly Green there, he was spot on. I'll give a little history lesson here to some of the non-ancient among us. Years ago, trailers didn't have no maxi brakes on them. So when you unhooked them, you had to chalk them up or they'd roll. And a lot of them had caster landing gears, had little cast iron wheels on the landing gears. And that was mainly so adjustments could be made at the dock with a forklift without having a truck, hooked to it. But in the old days, we didn't have air suspensions on these trucks. You only had old swing shackle suspension.
And like the old Max and Klein and Autocar, a lot of them had what they call a camelback suspension. Actually, Camelback was a Mack trademark, but the rest of them called it an inverted spring. But and the tail end of the tractor frame was square. Didn't have a beaver tail cut into it. It was square. So you had to jack that trailer up where you could see a crack of daylight between the trailer and the fifth wheel so you could uncouple. Otherwise, the friction was just too high, and you'd end up dragging it 8 or 10 foot out of the dock and then couldn't get back under it, and you'd have to get out there and crank and crank and crank and crank to get back up underneath it. But what I was going to say, this fellow that dropped this wagon, do we know what the circumstances was? Was he in the middle of a turn? How much weight was in the trailer? Was he going upgrade, downgrade? Do we know anything about that?
The pictures I saw, he was on a pretty level surface. It was an empty trailer, I do know that. And it was pretty much a straightaway section of roadway.
Well, then I'd say that he just wasn't hooked. And, he didn't do a tug test or whatever. He just didn't hook. But I tell you what happened years ago. There was a company out in California called Calico Products. And they made a stamped steel. I think they was about the first ones that come out with a stamped steel fifth wheel. And those things were, originally, they were just downright dangerous because they was used a hot rolled steel, and then they were cold pressed, cold stamped, and the oxidation was just accelerated on them so bad that after about a year and a half, they would just basically rot. You could actually see where they'd actually delaminate. You could see like flakes where the steel had delaminated.
Yeah.
But a lot of these places are going back to these stamped steel fifth wheels because they're a lot lighter and they're a whole lot cheaper. Well, the other thing, too, is you've got to grease them things, man, and especially a stamped steel fifth wheel, because if you're not keeping it greased, when you're making a turn, there's a lot of pressure on those hitches. And if that thing's not able to slide, it'll start skipping across that fifth wheel, and you'll actually get harmonic cracks eventually due to the vibration. Because, just like you take your hand and slide it down a pane of glass, eventually it'll start skipping,
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what happens between the skirt of the trailer and the fifth wheel. It'll start skipping. When that skipping starts happening, you're talking about a ton of vibration. You get harmonic cracks, and you can actually get failures. And what there was happening with the stamped steel fifth wheels years ago, they would actually get weak enough due to corrosion to where if you were like turning up grade or turning down grade or putting a bind on the fifth wheel itself, they were actually deforming. And they deformed to the point to where the locking jaws wouldn't even engage the fifth wheel anymore. And I tell you something else, these things wear out. I mean, it's a machine, it's iron, got metal on metal contact all the time, and they wear out, and you can mic these things and tell whether they're good, bad, or indifferent. But I'm a big fan of I don't run nothing but a cast steel fifth wheel. I like Fontaine fifth wheel. These last ones, last two trucks that I bought, they actually got the automatic slack adjuster built right in the fifth wheel, and I like that. As far as the pneumatic fifth wheel release goes, there again, the tractor protection valve has to be set, or that supply line going to that pneumatic cylinder is not even energized. Once you release those brakes, you can pull on that knob and that cab all day long. That trailer ain't going nowhere because there's no air going to the mechanism. When you release the brakes or set the brakes on the tractor, then that supplies the air feed to the pneumatic fifth wheel release, and only then will it uncouple. But I tell you what, a lot of these pneumatic fifth wheel systems are so weak that you've actually got to stop, set the brakes on the trailer, back up against the trailer hard as you can, set the tractor brakes because it ain't stout enough to even release it if there's any kind of tension against the kingpin, But yeah, I'd say if a guy was pulling an empty trailer and he was on flat ground, I'd say he was just in a hurry and screwed up.
Okay.
And Lord knows we've all been in that situation. Some of us just get lucky,
Yeah.
But what I tell my guys, I said, you put that thing in low gear, and before you release them trailer brakes, you pull against it, and it ought to slide the tires. If it's not sliding the tires, then we need to adjust the brakes on the trailer, and if it's not hooked, you're going to come out from under it, And I tell you something that I've been in the habit of doing for 40 years. I get going down the road, and when I pull out, I'll get up 2 or 3 miles an hour, and I'll reach up, pull a John bar, lock the trailer brakes up, and make sure that trailer will stop that truck. That tells me 2 things. It tells me my trailer brakes are functioning, and it also tells me that I'm hooked, But, I was going to say, before we start cracking on the guy too hard, hot, and heavy about dropping that trailer, that I know a lot of these companies are going to them old stamped steel fifth wheels, and opinions vary, but I tell you what, for my money, I don't want nothing to do with them things. And a lot of these guys aren't schooled in how to properly lubricate a fifth wheel. They squirt all that grease all over the top of it, and then as soon as you hook to a trailer, it just rolls them old black nasty dog turds off the end of it. We've all seen that, and you've actually accomplished nothing. You've got to get up from underneath there and put the grease where it needs to go, Now, granted, it needs a little on the surface, but they've got grooves in the surface, and those grooves are mainly to hold grease, keep grease. But grease it at the bottom of the fifth wheel, so when you put the trailer up against it, it smears the grease across the top. Putting the grease up on the nose of the top of the fifth wheel or the front of the fifth wheel is not doing nothing. It's just going to push it off the end. But if they're properly maintained and properly inspected, there's no excuse for dropping no trailer. That's operator error. But that's all I got. Oh, I was going to ask you, too, did you see this story? I guess it's been going on now for a couple of weeks about this woman down here in Middletown who tried to abandon her 6-year-old son at a boat dock.
Yeah.
And when he seen that his mother was leaving him, he tried to run up to the car, and she runs him over and kills him and then throws him in the river. I said, what the hell, man, that's just sickening.
Yep, I saw that. Yeah, I guess they did indeed charge her with murder. But, thank you for checking in there, Big Moose. I got that. He sent me several links to that. And Monkey Gouger, you can mix the FR3 in your 2-cycle oil. Kyle said just make sure to mix it into the oil first at 5%. There you go. And with that, top of the hour has arrived. Final hour about to get underway. Yeah, Gary was hanging in there. I think he was going to talk a little bit about some of the straight line race and stuff. Gary, if you want to give us a ring back, we'll get to you right out of the box. Scrapyard, hang in there. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Mississippi has become the second state to open its COVID vaccination eligibility to all adult residents. Governor Tate Reeves announced the change Monday, saying the new eligibility will take effect on Tuesday. Several more states have also set up a timeline for opening up eligibility for all. As states are opening up their vaccine programs, some are also rolling back COVID restrictions, worrying health officials. Dr. Robert Bollinger is a professor of infectious diseases at Johns Hopkins University and tells CNBC that the spikes in cases being seen in Europe is a good reason not to take our foot off the gas when it comes to mitigation efforts in the U.S.
Well, we're certainly in a better place than we were this time last year, but we're not out of the woods yet. We're increasing the vaccination rate, but we're beginning to open up, as you know, around the country. We have increasing evidence that these variants are transmitted in the United States as well. So we really can't take our foot off the gas right now. This is the wrong time to do that.
This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I had begun to notice after 10 days with Balance of Nature, I felt better, more energetic, and believe me, for me, that's something because I have energy anyway, but as old as I am, that was really something to start really noticing. You know, we're all responsible for choosing what our attitudes are, but I had a better mental outlook. I mean, I always try to be positive, but there were subtle things in me that I began to notice. I just felt a difference with this.
Get a wide variety of all your daily recommended servings of whole fruits and vegetables without having to leave your home. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Several Republican lawmakers visited the southern border on Monday amid the current immigration crisis. Tim Berg reports from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and 12 of his members are slamming President Joe Biden for a slow response to a spiraling humanitarian crisis on the southern border. Speaking from El Paso, Texas, a California Republican saying,
"We went through a new facility that was built just more than a year ago. They built it with a capacity they thought they could never meet, 1,040 people to be processed. Today broke that record. Today they're beyond capacity. They're having to build into the parking lot a makeshift facility."
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And 2 men have been arrested for assaulting a Capitol police officer during the riots at the Capitol on January 6th. That officer, Brian Sicknick, later died. Julian Cater of Pennsylvania and George Tanios of West Virginia are charged with 9 counts and are facing up to 20 years in prison. The men are accused of using a chemical spray against officers during the riot. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Department of Homeland Security has dispatched FEMA to the southern border to assist in processing an influx of illegal immigrants crossing into the United States. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announced the move over the weekend, saying the agency will be focusing on the influx of unaccompanied minors in Border Patrol facilities. Former acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf says that calling in FEMA is further proof of a disaster at the border. He tells Newsmax TV that there aren't enough resources to handle the number of people coming into the country.
It paints the picture of a crisis on that southwest border. You don't bring FEMA, their resources, and their expertise into a situation like this unless it is completely out of control. And so I think that's what we are seeing down there, not only with minors, but also with family units. They don't have enough not only facilities, but people to process these individuals, the amount of individuals that are coming over and being released into the interior of the country. So they're having to come up with a variety of different solutions, and that includes FEMA. They've also called for the DHS surge workforce, which is taking other parts of the department and redeploying them down to the border. The unfortunate part, Sean, though, is they're not redeploying people to secure the border. They are simply redeploying people to process these populations faster to, again, be released into the interior of the country.
And musher Dallas Seavey has won his record-tying 5th Iditarod Trail sled dog race. Seavey finished the shortened race Monday in 7 days, 14 hours, 8 minutes, and 57 seconds. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
It's more of a local story in and around the Cincinnati area. Moose was talking about there a few minutes ago. How could you kill your own kid, right? Yeah, some of the neighbors couldn't agree on when they had last seen the 6-year-old son, James Hutchinson, when they reported him missing. Maybe it was Friday morning. Maybe it was Saturday night. This is Brittany and James. Couldn't agree on when they'd last seen Brittany's 6-year-old son. That was kind of odd. Most parents of a missing child report it within a matter of hours. So there were red flags all over the place. Well, 2 arrests and then a confession later. Police charging Gosney with killing her son, concealing his body in her home, and then discarding the body in the Ohio River. Her boyfriend now stands charged with abuse of a corpse and tampering with evidence. According to the court documents, Gosney, she drove from Middletown to Preble County with her 3 children and tried to abandon the 6-year-old. It was a first grader, a happy, joyful soul, according to the principal at his school. He tried to hold on to the car as she drove away, and she dragged him until he let go. She told police she returned to the parking lot 30 minutes later and discovered him dead in the parking lot. Police hope finding the body would help them learn more about exactly how he died. There's about a 30-minute gap between the moment the little boy let go of the car and the moment his mother claimed to have come back. We don't understand that either. Something only she can answer. Conflicting stories back and forth. Apparently, she admitted she planned to abandon all 3 of her kids, but only left the 6-year-old in the lot. But after her son's death, she kept the body in an upstairs bedroom until the next day, then drove an hour away to Lawrenceburg, Indiana, and dumped it in the Ohio River. All right, just a sad, sick story. Kind of harkens back to I remember the story 15, 20 years ago, the mom that had, 2, 3 kids in her car and let the car roll down in the river to drown her kids. Remember that scenario? Just some messed up people out there, but that's the rest of that story. Gary, hey, thanks for calling back.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Doing well. How about you? What's going on?
I can't complain. Won't nobody listen.
All right.
But now getting ready to. I leave out. I'll be home Wednesday morning from the truck, and then I'll leave out Wednesday night and go south. The motorhome and everything's already down there at the tuner's house, so car will be all loaded. We'll be at the track Thursday night down there. So
where you going to be running this weekend?
Atmore, Alabama.
Atmore, Alabama.
That's right. Yeah, it's right off, right along the interstate there, right along 65 there below Montgomery. So it's a pretty nice facility. It's got a casino and everything right on the property. It's a pretty good sized place, but it's a real nice track.
Okay.
We'll be running Friday and Saturday. 2 qualifiers Friday and then 2 on Saturday, and then you race Saturday evening. But we'll probably do a test hit Friday early just to see what the changes we done to the car, see where it helped it and where we got to tune on it a little bit. That's the tuner's problem, not mine. I just the monkey behind the wheel.
Okay.
But it should be interesting. It should be one of the fastest races we go to all year. The air should be awesome. It's not too often you get a run in sea level air. Not for us up north anyway.
Okay.
But should be good and cool. But this government thing where they're trying to this fuel, all this is just. Let me get a hold of everything. Let me control everything. You ain't got no say. So you go to work, pay your taxes to us, and we'll let you do what we think you need to do. I got news for them. I'm glad I'm on the short side of life and not starting. That's all I can say. Because what's going on in the world, it's sad. It's sad to see the country come to what it's doing. My fuel bills, and the owner-operators I know can attest to this, was running me about $1,000 to $1,200 a week. I got my fuel bill for this week's right at $1,700. So there's $500 plus dollars in a week of the, really, you say your profit, and you give it back to the government because there's some bonehead wants to close a pipeline, put all the oil we make in the United States and start buying oil from overseas. It's just, I don't know how anybody can be born that dumb. You know, that's quite blunt. That's not what I want to say, but that's the proper thing to say, I reckon. But it's sad to see this, what they want to take away. And the gun thing, good luck with mine. I got some that are registered and I got some that ain't registered. And I got a lot of ammo. That's all I'll say on that.
Yeah, well, you
the racing will be fun.
You and millions of others, Gary. So I'm trying to look at their schedule here for, all right, March 19th and 20th. Is it the Blow-In Pro mods? Is that dragsters and ultras? Is that the right one?
Yeah, it's the race group is the Open Outlaw racers.
Okay.
It's just Open Outlaw. We start in March, and we got one at the end of April. There's like one a month, and it's at a different track every month. I think the closest we'll be to you will be in London, Kentucky. If you go to that Open Outlaw, I got a schedule. I'll email all that to you. And then there's another group called the Outlaw Society, which is kind of a semi-prep deal. But it's just something that the littler guy can go race in and not spend $20,000 on a weekend in parts trying to run with them.
Right.
It's like me. I gotta pick and choose where I race. I afford it. I do it myself. So, I gotta make the best bang for my buck. And that's pretty much what I'm doing. Matter of fact, I've got a contract on a house in Alabama. I'm going to be moving down south, right amongst, not too far out of Fort Payne, Alabama is where I'll be living here. Probably in August we'll probably move. I think that's what our tentative plan is anyway.
Yeah.
But I got that calendar for you. I never sent it yet because I put it in a frame. I might text you or email you because I'm going to be coming down through there Wednesday evening on my way to Alabama, where the car and the motorhome, I took it down the week before last when I was home and dropped it off.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll stay down there all year. I signed that petition for RPM. You don't really know what the government's going to do, what the tree huggers want to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
As long as I can make alcohol, I'll run my car.
Okay.
If it's just fired up to hear it run,
Tell us again that I'm trying to remember. You sent me a picture of the new car, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks
couple weeks
it's
ago.
a lot like the other car that I had, the black one that you set in up there at the truck show.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot like that one, only a lot more high tech. This one's a copper collar and white roof, pearl white roof, and it's actually a GM collar. It's a copper goldish collar. It's a beautiful car. Really too pretty to be racing, but that's just the way it was when I bought it.
Yeah.
It was built in Texas. Some guy had it out there, and I ended up buying the rolling chassis and then put my motor and driveline in it. But it's it's probably half a second quicker than the last car was. The one that you actually said in. It's a pretty serious piece.
Okay.
It's capable of running 370s. We've been running most of the stuff, most of the little tracks, in the 4.0 zone, and 190 mile an hour in the 8th mile. It's still a ride, but you can look their schedule up and you can see it. But that's pretty much what we're getting geared up to start. I race this coming weekend in Atmore, and then the following weekend I'm in Rogersville, Tennessee. That's I call them little pig tracks, but pig trails. It's a little small track, but that's where the series is racing. It's also raced on a different track, every month.
Okay.
But it's your smaller tracks where you gotta have a tuner that can tune the car to make it go down the slower tracks. Because you can't go down there and fly. I'll guarantee you that.
Okay.
If you do, you'll bring it home in pieces.
Uh-oh. You don't want to do that.
Nah, the insurance company frowns on that. But anyhow, I just wanted to let you know.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for checking in again. Yeah. And good luck this weekend. You gotta give us a full report when you come back. Tell us how things went.
Oh yeah, I'll shoot some videos. They're video I got a video in the car and a video behind the car, so I'll have a bunch of videos up on YouTube this weekend of the car.
Okay.
Good or bad.
And we'll keep our fingers crossed. I know they're talking about this, line of storms coming through late this week. I hope Mother Nature gives you some good weather down there.
It's what I'm looking at on the weather. Thursday it's going to be iffy, but Friday and Saturday is supposed to be dry.
Okay.
Like 5% chance of rain. So
okay.
That stuff's going to be north of us. We're far enough south down there that it's going to skirt above us, I believe.
Okay.
But we'll be there, rain or shine. Rain or shine. We'll get it in.
All right. Well, thank you much. There you go. Old Gary Collins. It is 844-844-3388, and Scrapyard is next. Good morning, Scrapyard.
Good morning, Brother Steve. What's happening, Captain? Just out of here making a dash for the cash and hope I don't crash. On that fish that you were talking about, that's called an arapaima. Now, here's the thing. Maybe the state of Florida should start catching those things live and selling them, because I'm an aquarium enthusiast myself. I have actually seen in live and online auctions those arapaima go for sometimes the highest one I ever saw was sold for $65,000. That fish gets like 9 foot long, and these Asians, they operate fishing resorts over in the Philippines, Malaysia, places like that, where you pay to catch these gigantic fish. Well, those arapaima get like 9 foot long and close to 200 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people with these, a lot of the rich folks that have these big giant aquariums, they're paying thousands upon thousands of dollars for them. How they got down there in Florida from all the hurricanes and tornadoes down there hitting these breeder farms that they had down there for the pet trade, and that's how a lot of Florida got a lot of those exotics in there, and being invasive and all, and like Arkansas where I live, we've been having a serious problem down here with those damn snakeheads.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, they killed 2 whole lakes down here recently. White Oak Lake, it's an upper and lower lake separated by a levee, and there's a highway goes across it. And those damn things got in there due to the Koreans. Koreans are Taoists, and they in their religious practices, there's a certain festival of the year, or religious holiday, where they take an animal that they normally would have eaten. They take tell it to take its prayers to heaven, and they turn it loose. And that's how we ended up with snakeheads here in Arkansas.
Okay, so you mean some of the people that have immigrated here and they get the damn things and then let them loose?
Yeah, and the snakeheads originally came in as aquarium fish, and then they realized how dangerous they were, and they cut it completely off, where they were not allowed to be imported into the country. The only persons that could have it were zoos. Well, they developed a smuggling trade for Korean immigrants. Generally, as a rule, it was persons 40 and on up. The older ones, because over there, that's a major food source. And the giant snakehead gets like 6-7 foot long, and they actually attack and have been known to actually kill people.
Wow.
The giant snakehead has a set of teeth on it like a barracuda. It's like knife blades turned facing outward. They slam into their prey and actually cut prey fish and even snakes, things of that nature, just cut them in half. They're absolutely horrendous fish. And I've worked at several facilities over the years. Before I became a truck driver, I used to work for the Little Rock Zoo. So that people buying stuff at the pet shops, that black carp is actually a goldfish. It's a progenitor of all the goldfish. They get a bronze coloration to them, and they'd start breeding them back, and pretty soon out came the orange goldfish, and they were selling them for years as bait. And people, they get done fishing, they just didn't want to deal with keeping their bait fish alive. They'd dump them out, and it's out there in a lake in California. They caught it's like a 62-pound, I believe, a 62-pound goldfish. We caught it on a fly rod out there a couple of years ago.
So where have you got the snakeheads at? Is that Florida also?
Yeah, that the snakeheads are actually spreading clear across the country, and they're damn near impossible to kill out. They can breathe air, so if you rote in a pond, you have to set up fences around them to catch them because they crawl out of the water. They can live for 3 days out of the water because they can gulp air down in their swim bladder and use it as a lung. And a grown snakehead, a female, can lay close to 1.5 million eggs in a single clutch. They're absolutely voracious. They move into an area and they can actually eat everything out of the water. And when that fry hatches out and all that, they'll start off eating bugs, and then they get big enough and they start working over all the game fish. And it's like we got a fish down here called a bowfin. It's a grinnell, and which is usually the toughest damn fish here in the South. You damn sure don't want to lip one when you try to get a hook out, because you'll end up needing some Bactine and Band-Aids.
Wow.
But them snakeheads are even killing them.
So once they kill the lake, as they say, they eat all the fish that's in there. Then what do they? Do they become become cannibals? They eat each other.
Cannibalistic.
Do they?
Yeah, the greater snakehead, the greater snakehead is kind of like got like tiger stripes on it, and those things, like I said, get like 6-7 feet long. Ducks, geese, anything like that land on the water, they're fair game.
Wow.
Yeah, they're incredibly dangerous, and in fact, they made some B grade or C grade horror movies about them, kind of playing on their reputation. But the greater snakehead, the larger ones, are actually life threatening to human beings. I mean, people lose fingers and bleed to death before they can get out of the water. Yeah. The snakehead is just an incredibly ugly, dangerous fish it's like a piranha. The piranha actually really doesn't deserve the reputation that it got, because I've actually seen footage of people getting in tanks with live piranha, and the piranha would run away from them. But the snakehead, no, that one sends chills up my spine, even thinking of just trying to swim in our local rivers and creeks.
That's what I'm thinking. You got me scared to get in the water now. What the hell?
Yeah, well, you can look it up on the oh Lord, the registries. You can in fact Google it and look at the maps of snakehead distribution, and it makes you stop and think. Man, those things spread just like a damn wildfire out in Kansas.
Wow. I'm looking at some of the pictures. Yes, they are an ugly fish, and it does say, yeah, that in captivity they actually act shy around people. But when they're guarding their eggs or they're young, they become aggressive.
Yeah.
The giant snakeheads have been reported to be aggressive toward humans if you get too close to them.
Yeah, like down here in Arkansas, down on that White Oak Lake, that used to be a big duck hunting lake down there, and the snakeheads got in there. Hell, you hardly would find a duck at all on that lake.
I'll be darned. And there ain't no way to get rid of them all, huh?
That you have to go in electroshock and basically put out rotenone, try to keep them in the water. But like I said, they have to put up fencing, like that damn old black construction ground cloth, to hold back mud in constructions. And it's like a Walden Pond, that famous Walden Pond of from literature and all that got full of them. And they had to poison it out. They had to set up mud fences around it, and they had crews of people just walking around the bank and stabbing those things, and then putting them in trash cans. And they were just coming out of the water right and left, and all. They had to drain it. They had to drain it and poison it several times to make sure that they even got the eggs.
Wow. Okay, you learn something new every day.
Yeah.
We bring all kind of invasive stuff into this country from Asia and China, don't we?
Oh yeah, a lot of the like the lionfish. The lionfish doesn't have any natural predators here, and out in the ocean and all. And unfortunately now they found them in fresh water. They can actually swim up rivers, and they're so damn tough that they get in fresh water now.
Wow!
And the spines of the lionfish can throw a person into anaphylaxis, and a child gets stung by one of them. Their venom is so incredibly powerful that it can kill children.
I did see something to where those things they also reproduce like mad. Yeah.
That if you think a rabbit reproduces fast and all, you need to look at them.
All right.
Excuse me.
Well, hey, good to hear from you this morning.
Made it to the yard.
There you go. Boy, yeah, the lionfish. And I'm looking at the pictures of that. Yeah, the other one he was talking about, the teeth on that thing. Yeah, that's going to leave a mark. All right, tad bit behind, but we'll get our news break here, and we'll come back with more of your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Mississippi has become the second state to open its COVID vaccination eligibility to all adult residents. Governor Tate Reeves announced the change Monday, saying the new eligibility will take effect on Tuesday. Several more states have also set up a timeline for opening up eligibility for all. As states are opening up their vaccine programs, some are also rolling back COVID restrictions, worrying health officials. Dr. Robert Bollinger is a professor of infectious diseases at Johns Hopkins University and tells CNBC that the spikes in cases being seen in Europe is a good reason not to take our foot off the gas when it comes to mitigation efforts in the U.S.
Well, we're certainly in a better place than we were this time last year, but we're not out of the woods yet. We're increasing the vaccination rate, but we're beginning to open up, as you know, around the country. We have increasing evidence that these variants are transmitted in the United States as well. So we really can't take our foot off the gas right now. This is the wrong time to do that.
This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Back at it for our final segment here. Tuesday morning. From the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Steve, I was always easy with fifth wheels. I didn't like slamming them. Now, at Tropicana, most of the drivers there were lazy and could care less about the trucks. One day, the tractor I was assigned to was given to another driver to use. He went out and slammed under a load on a sandy road and pulled it in. I went to work the next day, pulled a load, all was fine. Went and got another empty. It locked, and as I went pulling off, it fell off. To which they tried to blame me, as it was at night. Came to work the next day. I was told the fifth wheel had to be replaced because the idiot who used my truck broke the jaws. This was a Fontaine no slack. That's from Racer. Racer, good to have you with us. Thanks for listening in, and thank you for the email. Meanwhile, let's get back up to the calls. Matt, I believe, checking in. What's happening, Matt?
Spaceman.
Okay, you didn't get that
It
one.
always calls me Matt.
Okay, what's happening, Matt?
Hey, I just started listening when you had the caller on about crawling under to check your fifth wheel jaws.
Yes, sir.
So, what's the story real quick about the trailer detachment?
It was from yesterday morning, the story from CDL Live. They got a picture. It was a USF Holland truck. The guy was on, what was it? He was on, I think, on 69, I believe. It was like an open stretch of highway. The it was an empty trailer, came unhooked, and the trailer went over into the median. It was crossing over, headed toward the oncoming lanes of traffic. It didn't. It stopped in the median. It stayed upright. It didn't really make it sound like it didn't sustain any damage. They were able to call a wrecker out and hook it back up. And I'm looking at the picture. You got the trailer in the medium, and then the tractor. He's pulled over on the right-hand side of the road.
Okay. Interesting. I sent you, there was a recall in Fontaine.
Yep.
And I also sent you something from an attorney. Now, this attorney sues truck drivers and companies and so forth. And he did a little article about fifth wheel detaching. And he said whenever he blames the driver in an article, he gets all kinds of hate mail for blaming the driver for anything. Yet when he goes on trucker forums, if there's a discussion about somebody having a detached fifth wheel, he said all the drivers are willing to jump on that driver and blame them. He said that's the only topic where he sees driver against driver.
Huh.
Now, in my company, we've talked about this when it was going on and since. I guess it's been about 10 years. And we had a ration of fifth wheel failures. And one of them was the same tractor with 3 different drivers. And, people were getting really paranoid about this happening, and some guys were taking a vice grip. There's an arm that you pull out to release the fifth wheel. They were putting a vice grip on that arm, just inside the lip of the fifth wheel so it couldn't come out and so forth. But also what this attorney said is justice is not a numbers game. If 98% of them are the driver's fault and 2% were mechanical failure, that investigation should be made. And if it's mechanical failure, then it's not the driver's fault. You don't say because 98% of the time it's the driver's fault, and we're just going to assume it's always the driver's fault. But here's what I learned about and witnessed in investigations for our failures: is there's an automatic fifth wheel release, And are you familiar with like the shock absorber on the screen door?
Sure.
Okay. Very similar to that. There's the cylinder and that arm that comes out like the shock absorber, and it's located right behind the arm on the fifth wheel that you pull to release the fifth wheel. And inside the cab, you can flick a switch, and it'll push that arm out, release that fifth wheel. Well, we found a tractor where it had a couple guys had failures and isolated this truck. And at home, I have notes of the steps that you take to make it do it. But I watched this fifth wheel detach time after time right before my eyes. And you could, we found out the reasons why it would happen. But you could take this tractor and hook it to a trailer and give the test pull and set the brake and hook your air lines. And then you could push the tractor brake in and the trailer charge valve in, okay? And nothing would happen. And then you pull them back out. Then the next time you pushed them both in, that shock absorber would come out and release the fifth wheel without exception. And what that meant is a guy could hook that trailer in the yard, do his test pull, release the brakes, and drive 100 miles and stop for a coffee. And when he's ready to leave, his fifth wheel would be released, and he'd drop that trailer. So then we're trying to figure out, why is this happening? Are you still with me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm learning.
So the airlines that plumb into this system, this cylinder gets charged by air. And there's these valves. It looks like a U, so to speak, and it's about 3/4 inch pipe. And an air line goes into them, and one end of it's open, and it has a little rubber umbrella valve in it. And on the left side of the frame, in a Volvo behind the driver on the front inside of the frame, this is to be mounted at a 45-degree angle upside down so water can drain out of it. And so what we figured out, and that one's for the braking system, and then the other one is for this fifth wheel release. And they release at different pressures of air pressure. So when you charge up to 120 foot-pounds, that sends air to your brakes. But the one for the fifth wheel release is at a lower air pressure, right?
Okay.
Well, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Hello? In our parts in the shop, there was 2 plastic baskets with these parts stored side by side. 2 valves that are made identical that release at different pressures. And one had a seal on it that said the pressure it releases at, the other one didn't. One was for brakes, one was for fifth wheel release. But if a mechanic grabbed the wrong one, they take that plastic seal off and install the one for the braking on the fifth wheel release, and then you got a fifth wheel release that releases, at the wrong pressure. I'm trying to explain this, but you get the picture what I mean. If you switch the valves, it'll release at the wrong pressure. So they figured that out. Then there was also a recall in that cylinder for a faulty O-ring, and also if trash, rust, and debris builds up in it, it can cause fifth wheel release. So the answer to the question is a small percentage of fifth wheel release is due to improper installation of components and failure of that automatic fifth wheel release shock absorber. Now, there's about 5 different kinds of fifth wheels, and we have a training, and it's nice to see where they lay them upside down, and they're clean, and they paint the different components in bright yellow, blue, red, orange, so you can see exactly what you don't see all the time, in the field. You can see underneath them what locks where, what's going on inside. So if you have odd things happen or failures, you know what part's not working right. So I'm familiar, with all the pieces of the stuff. Now, he has a real good point. You should crawl under and look all the time. It's hard to do, but with these skirts, these wind skirts they put under the trailers.
Yeah, for the aerodynamics, yes.
Yeah, that makes it hard to crawl under, so you can pull forward and turn your tractor a few feet to be able to get a better view. But, I've witnessed it and figured out, why there was some fifth wheel releases that, not the driver's fault. My dad drove 180 miles one time before he had a fifth wheel failure and the trailer came off. Now, one time I was on Route 30 between Lancaster and York, Pennsylvania, and an ABF had an empty in front of me, and the expansion joints are real bad. And his empty came off right in front of me, and I just went in the hammer lane and passed it and then pulled over. And we inspected that fifth wheel, and it was closed. So I don't know, we don't know why it popped out unless it was a high hook and it was just sitting on it the whole time. And then we've had 3 or 4 rear trailers detached turning right out of our Brooklyn terminal. It's a real high lot and a low road, and the dip in the road, and just the way it rocks left and then comes out of the jaws and then onto the jaw and then rocks, they just rock out.
Well, I'm thinking most of the time, if somebody's going to drop one, it's going to happen like in the parking lot or in the lot, like you said, at the terminal or whatever. Not very often do you actually get out there on the road and be 15 miles down the road and all of a sudden it comes undone, right?
Right. Well, see, that's why we were arguing it's not the driver's fault, because these were just like that Holland one. How do you go 30, 50, 60, 90 miles with no problem, and then they just come loose? That would seem, or go through multiple red lights. In some cases, guys had stopped at 30 or 40 red lights and then had a detachment. So, you can't say, 100% that it's the driver's fault in all cases, because we were able to isolate a definite issue with the automatic fifth wheel release. There was a recall on that, and then I sent you the recall for the Fontaine. Now, even that attorney said Fontaine, if you read it there, they did a recall on their own fifth wheel, and they claimed the reason was that drivers were doing improper hooks. And what the attorney pointed out is every fifth wheel manufacturer has improper hooks by all kinds of drivers, but they don't recall the product because they know it's an improper hook. So he said there has to be more to the story. Why would Fontaine recall a fifth wheel for drivers' improper hooks? But they did recall it.
And that was due to an accident involving one that actually killed 2 people. Hey, real quick, because we ain't got not a whole lot of time left, but right along that line, I got an email from Steve, and he said, "Want to thank that gentleman who explained perfectly how to properly hook and unhook a trailer. I've got an auto release in my brand new tractor, and tonight the dash light's not working properly. When it's green, it's hooked. When it's red, it's unhooked. Tonight, it's steady red for whatever reason. Maybe the electrical sensor's going bad or it's wet. I really don't pay much attention to that light, as this has happened before in these newer computerized trucks. every time I get under there and visually inspect that the jaw is locked around the pin, always. But we've had about 6 drivers drop their rear trailer pup from these older converter dollies this winter. You need to make sure that snow and maybe frozen grease aren't packed up in there. It may look hooked, but it's not. Now, if he's got one guy where 6 different drivers have dropped a rear pup, I guess maybe it happens a whole lot more than we realize. But again, most of the time, I guess it's happening in the yard, in the parking lot, something like that. Seldom do they get out there and detach on the interstate moving at highway speed like the one yesterday, but that's downright scary. All right, lastly here, just about a minute or two left. Horse feathers, yes.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Hey, I was going to tell you there, yesterday I was headed out of D.C. area on US 50, and I saw a car that could have used a underride guard on a trailer. I don't know how they did it on a nice straight road, but they made a right turn with their passenger side right into the driver's side of a trailer right in front of the trailer tandems, and they had the passenger side of the car buried up under the trailer all the way to the roof.
Wow.
Driver's side of the car, was in on kind of a diagonal, but as I say, the passenger side, the whole windshield was right up underneath, right to the roof on the trailer. And, but I don't know, somebody's inattentive somewhere because, as I say, it was a dead straight piece of highway that there was no reason to make a turn on. So I don't know if they were trying to get off an exit, or what they didn't see the truck or what was going on. But yeah, there was a case for one, but as everybody was saying, don't know how they're going to mount them. There isn't framing for them to be mounted on. And if they do come up with a way to mount them, they're going to be so heavy that it's just going to interfere with hauling freight down the highway.
Yeah. Well, maybe they did one of those Clark Griswold moves, like Christmas Vacation, when he got underneath that log hauler.
Yeah, this one needed to be about another 10 feet further ahead before he did that there, because as I say, the passenger side door was right against the trailer wheels, so it was kind of ugly looking, but hopefully everybody made out all right. But anyways, yeah, I guess you do see them every now and then. But I just thought I'd call, and I realized you probably wouldn't have seen anything about that, but just after we got done talking about it there a couple hours later, I came across one. So
there you go.
Anyways, we'll let you go, and we'll catch you later on tonight.
All right, Mike. Remember that? That'll be at the midnight hour tonight. We'll get it underway on a Wednesday. Real quick, lastly, happy Tuesday, Steve. Yes, I agree 100%. Get under there with a flashlight. Check those fifth wheel jaws. Make sure they're locked around the kingpin. It works every time. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Truck and Phil checking in. All right, 283 days till Christmas. We'll wrap it up there here on a Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. See you back here tonight at the midnight hour. Hope you'll join us. Spread the word. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but